Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ADEPT International Convention 2021. I'm Winnie and I'll be your host in Room 2 today. I'm sure all of us has been waiting for this event all year. Well, it is finally here and welcome back to all of you who have joined us in the last one. And if you are new, welcome and enjoy this event. Now, hit us in the comment section where you are currently watching this from. ADEPT 2021 is an empowering 4-day event and it is so great to see all of you on day one. Now, let's kickstart this event.
Hi, I'm Daniel Ho, the Group Managing Director of IQI. In the history of mankind, we have seen countless of economic activity and major events that have disrupted lives, livelihood, as well as companies. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, we have seen scores of joblessness and bankruptcies among many companies, and that caused miseries and difficulties among a spectrum of people in different countries. In 1997, the Asian financial crisis had brought about the big giants of Asian conglomerates to their knees, and countries seeking bailout, facing a lot of difficulties during these difficult moments. As of recent as 2020, we have witnessed the COVID-19 pandemic has caused major disruptions in life, livelihood, as well as businesses across different spectrum, as well as you can see companies is struggling to stay afloat. And during this economic reset, wouldn't it be great if we can have a crystal ball just right in front of us, being able to alert us or send notification 6 months or 1 year ahead of time. Imagine in 2007, we received a notification ahead alerting us that a global financial crisis is about to take place in 2008. I'm sure as an entrepreneur, we will be better ready to manage our businesses, prepare, analyze, do a lot of role modeling to ensure that we are able to turn the oncoming crisis into one of the biggest opportunity of growth for our organization. Unfortunately, everybody does not have a crystal ball. And during these moments of uncertainty, major events, you can see the rich becoming richer, the poor becoming poorer. The likes of Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates continue to amass more and more personal fortune and organization fortune during this difficult moment. What happened is, during this time, companies that is better resourced, they are able to be better prepared and take advantage of the opportunity that the crisis may offer. Companies like this will have better predictive systems and they have better analytics to spearhead their organization forward. I remember in 2020, we at IQI operating in more than 20 countries at the brink where markets is closing down because of lockdown, because of health crisis. We experienced one of the most exciting growth of our organization. During 2020 alone, we are able to grow our revenue by a factor of 50%. And of this year in 2021, we grow our revenue by more than 100%. IQI is able to do that because we are able to reconfigure our resources as well as our strategy moving forward. What if I'm here to tell you that next year in 2022, that's going to happen a major event that's going to take place and you do not need a crystal ball for this? What if I'm here to tell you that in 2022, at least to the tune of 2.2 billion people's life is going to be impacted by this major event? And this major event is going to have a significant influence over an economic output of more than 26 trillion US dollars. Friends, RCEP is here to happen. RCEP, which stands for Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, consisting members from 15 countries. 10 countries comprises of ASEAN, and the other 5 would be China, Japan, Korea, New Zealand, as well as Australia. All these members countries is going to form the largest trading bloc in the world, representing more than 30% of the world GDP. Is your company ready for RCEP? As an entrepreneur that operates in multiple different countries, I see the importance of being able to be prepared for these major events so that we can grow to the next level. What exactly is RCEP? RCEP is a trade bloc. The objective of RCEP is, number 1, to foster and enhance trade. Number 2 is to promote cooperation amongst its trade members. It is there to also reduce 90% of the tariff, meaning to say lowering down the barriers to trade and increasing competitiveness amongst the members so that as a region we will become stronger. And finally, of course, it is an enlarged market. Is your organization ready for RCEP? Here I want to suggest 3 key areas that you can use as a starting point to be RCEP ready in preparing your organization. You do not want to miss out on the opportunity. The first key area is your people is your most important assets. Form a think tank among your senior executives. And from there, educate your team to analyze and break down what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunity and threats that RCEP may present to you and your organization. Number 2, regardless whether you are a manufacturer or a trader, you have to relook at your entire supply chain or your value chain. Identify what is the most optimum setup and reconfigure that setup in terms of your material sourcing and your route of origin. And finally, when you talk about organization, how do you assess your market? What sort of market opportunity? What is your organization product market fit in terms of the competition landscape? Number 2, in terms of new markets that you may enter. And number 3, your total addressable market. RCEP is an exciting trade bloc in the making. It will take years and years for it to be fully implemented. Companies that is ready to embark and take on and be prepared will be the companies that will grow to the next level. With it comes big opportunities, but along with it also comes fierce competition as well as market sophistication. Ultimately, what is important is when the Great Reset does happen, you want to make sure that you are among the winners. With that, thank you and all the best.
Good morning, warriors. Welcome to Adapt Conventions, and my name is Aaron. I'm a Group Vice President for IQI Global. So today I'm presenting this topic is how to kickstart your career with real estates. I know many people are actually asking, is this a good career for me? Is this a perfect career for me? And how do I actually achieve success in real estate? And today I'm going to review 3 steps, step by step, to guide you through how to kickstart your career in real estate. Now, first, we need to understand what is the resources that we have currently. right now. All right, and each of us, we have different three resources, and some of you might have this thing called money. All right, and some of you might have this thing called time. Okay, and some of us might have a lot of networks or certain knowledge that we have. So these are the things that you need to analyze. Which resources do you have right now? Do you have money to invest in probably advertisement, in some form of like relationship with the buyer? Or do you have time to invest in this business so that you're willing to do anything? Okay, just to close the deal, like probably you need to learn a lot of knowledge. You need to invest your time to talk to different clients. You need to go through a lot of time of different presentation in order to understand a project. That's require a lot of time. And last but not least, one of the resources is actually, do you actually analyze friends around you, networks around you, people whom actually able to buy property and yet you not yet discover them? Start to initiate certain conversations, or any knowledge that you have able to help you kickstart this career. Example, marketing knowledge, or probably Facebook, social media marketing. Or do you have already accumulated certain fans lists that you can initiate certain conversation with them and get them to come over to showroom and you can do your presentation. So now, first step, analyze your resources. From these three, either you have money, time, networks, or knowledge to invest in your business. Now, step 2. We need to really understand what is actually called sales cycle. Because in any sales, there is a cycle, there is a step by step in order to close a case. However, many times we are just too focused on why am I not closing this case? And why others are closing so many deals and it's not me. So we need to really understand what are the things, what are the key factors that lead to a sales. Now, let me review to you. First thing, you must have a leads. Okay, you must know how to do leads generations. If you don't know how to do generation, you have no use that you have no one to bring to showroom to do the presentations. So you'll be waiting there, keep waiting, and there's no clients, right? So first thing, what is lead generations? You need to understand that. Secondly, after I get the leads, right, we need to do calling for appointments, because if we don't master the skill in callings, the leads in the same time will go to other people who are willing to do the callings and they will make the appointment for this buyer. So now, do you really master the skill in calling? Third, after I manage to bring the client to the showroom, the third thing I need to do is to master the skill of presentations. Now, what is the tips of presentations? Very simple. Make your buyer fall in love with the property. Why say so? Because if you don't know how to present about the property, sometimes the buyer may not get how does this property suit them, or how does this property able to help them generate more income in future, because some people buying for investment, right? And some people buying for own stay. So master the skill of presentation is not just saying that this is toilet, this is master room, this is kitchen, or this is balcony, whereby you need to really understand how does this buyer picture himself or herself staying in this condo or staying in this unit and stay in it happily, and they can't wait to own this unit. So you need to really master the skill of presentation. And last but not least, you also need to master the skill of closing. So many of us saying that, what is actually closing? What are the things that I need for me to close a deal? Pretty simple, focus on one thing. How am I able to help my buyer to make decisions confidently? Or how can I help my buyer to make informative decisions? So they make informed decisions, they will eventually buy this property with high level of confidence. And this is what we want, a happy client, right? So with this sales cycle, now you really understand where to start and how to start. First thing, build your strength. All right, so there's so many things here. There's leads, there's calling, presentations, and closing. Do I really need to master all of them? Yes, you got it right. You need to master all of them, but one step at a time. Okay, so we can't master leads in the same time you also master calling, in the same time you also master presentation, and we want to master closing. To me, it's almost impossible to do it in the same time. But If you plan it well, step by step, master each of these, and you will eventually put the puzzle together and you'll be master of everything, right? So if you don't know where to start, let me suggest you. First thing, you need to master calling first. Why? Because when you do calling, you actually start to talk to buyer. You actually start to talk to strangers. You actually start to approaching buyer to try to understand why are they buying? What are the motivation behind this buyer that he's actually looking for property right now? Once you understand the buyer, sometimes you actually make the appointment happen. So you actually go through the presentation process that you eventually understand the relationship between the property and the buyer, and that's where you learn a lot. And right after that, some buyer may actually tell you, hey, you know what, I'm interested in this property and I wanted to buy this. So you also experience closing as well. That's where came back to number one step, lead generation. You have much more confidence. It's actually act like a booster for you to do a lot of lead gen via using your knowledge that you generate from callings, presentation, and also closings. So this is how you can make the sequence works. So master in calling first. That will be the first step. After that, try to do some presentations or leverage on certain senior to helping you on the presentation and closing. That's where when you go back for your leads generations, you have a lot more confidence. Let me analyze this to you. Look at this. Leads and calling for appointment is actually fall into disciplines. Yes, no doubt you can learn every skill about lead generation. You can learn every skill about calling. But if you don't do it, or if you decided not to do it, that's equal to nothing, equal to zero. Because for these two things, it's fall under disciplines. So now you actually clearly see that to kickstart this business, disciplines came first. All right. So once you have your disciplines, no need to worry about skill because skill will come eventually. So for presentation and closing, it will fall into the skill set that you can learn, you can master over the time. Now, by looking at this, can you clearly see one thing? If you over focus in develop your skill, forget about disciplines, you may see that it doesn't work. This business doesn't work at all. But if you decided to focus in putting yourself to start the work every day, doing the things that you need to do every single day, you'll start to notice your business start kicking in, your presentations start hitting in, your skills start coming through. So make sure, have the right mindset that discipline always came first. Now, once you have a strength, it being in calling, presentations, lead generations, or maybe closing, and that is where the time you can start to leverage your strength to work with each other. Because we're in a business that we do not work alone. We highly promote work in a team, and this is how you can work with each other. Always bring your strength out, and that is where you can trade your value with each other and then improve your weakness over the time. And that's where you can leverage your colleagues to learn from them, to learn from each other. Now, the keywords here is learn from each other. So what are the things that you can create a value to the team, and how does a team can create value for you is always working with each other, right? So, don't forget to improve your weakness over the time, because I've seen many people, they always stop in front of their weakness. They always say, oh no, social media is not for me. Computer is not for me. Internet is not for me. Online is not for me. But if you decided not to improve all the time, sorry, it will be like obsolete way, right? But if you decided to improve all the time, maybe one day your weakness will have become your strength. Build a value is very important, because in this career, we have many different strategies to close a deal. But the strategy doesn't work if you don't decide to build your own value, because every single strategy, it involves a lot of value in it in order for you to kickstart your business, to close a deal. So strategy itself doesn't work, but strategy with a value, it will work tremendously. Now, teamwork makes the dream work. So if you see this, and if you understand today's slide or presentations, congratulations, you are well ready to kickstart this business. So now, 3 steps. First step is understand your resources. Second step is understand your strength and improve your value over the time. And third is always leverage on team, leverage on your closest partner or your team partner, and improve your weakness over the time. And lastly, your business will run smoothly. Thank you so much. My name is Erman, and if you decide to follow me, and this is my Facebook page and my IG, so see you in social media. Let's connect. Thank you.
Keeping with the theme of this symposium, New Horizons, I would like to briefly give you 4 thoughts as we bring 2021 to an end and as we move into 2022. And what a ride it has been, isn't it? This year, in fact, the last 2 years. I think a lot of people lost a sense of perspective, a lot of people lost hope, but yet it created amazing opportunities. And I think when we look, and even as we think of this theme, if I may say, it's kind of prophetic, new, because we really want to get rid of the old, isn't it? So we are looking at something new. And it's always a horizon when you're looking ahead and you're wondering what's beyond what my eye can only focus on. And as we look at tomorrow, meaning 2022 and beyond, what is it that you think awaits you? So let's begin with a few thoughts here before I get into my 4 thoughts here. Now, when you think of the word or the term New Horizons, we think in this family of words or idea is the word opportunities, because it's talking about new. It's not old. It's not something that's pathetic. In fact, I would say the pandemic or endemic right now has brought the future right down before our doorsteps, right before our faces. It's how now we look at it and move forward. It has created opportunities, things that we never thought of or would not have thought of before. We have to think, whoever would have thought of having Zoom meetings and working from home? Starbucks thought about the third place, a place between home and the workplace, right? So you come there and you meet, and that was the main caption or the main idea that captivated people. Opportunities, opportunities. Of course, the next word we would think of is, possibilities. What are the possibilities that the New Horizon beckons us to look at, to take hold of? Then we think of this word progress. We're not going to digress. We have to make progress as a people, as companies, as a society, as families, as individuals. Then we think of this word new trails. Why? We have to forge new trails. We have to look for new trails. And we have to beckon others behind us to say, come on, there's a place that we all can go to. There is a new place of opportunity. Then, of course, we think again of the new ground. We're breaking ground. When you want to put up new buildings, what do? New ground, you're breaking it. New expectations. I want to say this here. You got to get away from false expectation, unrealistic expectation, and expectations of yesterday. New expectations, new experiences. It's going to be a crazy ride. But you know what? Buckle up. Let's be crazy. You know what? Let's go for the future. And of course, we think of this word, new frontiers. In each of this word that expresses new horizons, in it is this whole thing. New, but nervously maybe what we have not yet seen. but we got to look and peer into the future. I believe it was Nelson Mandela who said, it always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done. How many of you listening to me today, some things that you started years ago, you never thought you would be doing it? Think of companies and corporations that never existed. Think of moving from bookshops to online books. Who would have ever thought that, isn't it? But today, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You think of the Middle East, desert land, barren land. Who would have thought of thriving cities? Who would have thought of holiday making there? Who would have thought of amazing business opportunities? New horizons, what seemed impossible. You know, think of flying, going to the moon. People thought it was impossible. Breaking world records when the 100 meters world record was broken. And then when it was broken under 10 seconds, every barrier beckons us to a new horizon. Let me quote Nelson Mandela, one of my favorites. He said this, and imagine if you read, imagine with me, but also I encourage you to read his life story. Who would have ever thought somebody of what he was before and the prison that he went to would not only just be of somebody who broke the stereotypes of leadership in South Africa, but actually would bring such a sense of liberation and freedom. Nelson Mandela becoming the Prime Minister of South Africa. He said, I have walked that long road to freedom. I have tried not to falter. I have made missteps along the way. But I have discovered the secret of that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. You and I know there are many more hills to climb, my dear friends. I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me. I think we can sit and rest a bit in this end of the year. Look at all that we have achieved. But you know what? Closing with Mandela's thought here. To look back on the distance I have come. I want to look at this glorious vista, to look back, but I have an eye on the new horizon. There are areas that I still need to go for. Martin Luther King, think of him. We think of that speech, it gives me goosebumps. I have a dream. You know, when he said that, it was August 28, 1963, and at the steps of Lincoln Memorial, and I went there, the very place he stood. 250,000 people gathered there. Who would have ever thought that what he spoke would change America in such a way? It dealt with discrimination, racism. He believed in a bright future. He dealt with narrow mindsets, racial bigotry, slavery. It changed America in so many ways. And you know what? It has impacted the world. Do you have a dream? That's my first thought. What is your dream? What is your dream this 2022 and beyond? Are you looking for opportunities, possibilities, progress, new trails, new horizons, new grounds to be broken, great expectation, new experiences, new frontiers? What is burning in your heart? Do you have a dream to see the new horizons ahead? Will you take in this closing moments of 2021, quiet your heart and your mind down. Go to a quiet place, take out your notebook and write it down and believe in that dream. Just don't write it down. Plan out your action plans, all right? Let me go quickly to my second point here. New horizons of innovations beckon us. If you have a dream and that dream doesn't cause you to exert, then it's not a dream. It's just wishful thinking. It's just a comfort zone. But if it gets you out of your comfort zone, it stretches you, it makes you walk out of your boat and into the sea, then it's a dream worth living for. So would you seize the opportunity that's before you? No matter what the challenges are, don't swelter. That means don't melt in the heat of the problem, of the challenges that you are going to face. Don't do that. See it. Seize it. Expect it. Walt Disney saw something in that semi-desert orange grove in California, while nobody else saw. And today, Disneyland is synonymous, isn't it, of this great holiday away, isn't it? This place that every kid wants to go to. People thought he was nuts. He saw it. In fact, at his funeral, somebody said this: if only Walt was here to see everything. And somebody next to him nudged and said, he did. And that's why we have what we have. What do you see? What will you build for the next generation? What will you build for as a legacy? And educate yourself towards it. Equip yourself. Just don't expect it. Just don't see it. Just don't seize it. But educate yourself. You see, new frontiers wait for you. You cannot miss it. You must not miss it. You cannot expect it to come to you. Go running towards it. Yeah? Make your dream come alive. You know, many sci-fi fantasy movies that we saw years before, and today we see it, isn't it? Man flying. Look at all the different things, drones, and you look at the advancement of technology. And when we were kids, well, at least when I was a kid, wow, it was the land of fantasy. Today is the land of reality. Why? Somebody seized it. Number 3, very quickly, push yourself out of your head and into action. You see, the problem is this: we never lack opportunities. We just lack the courage to go and take it. In fact, change comes down to this one thing: the courage to make the decision and to do it. Why does Nike do so? Everybody wants to wear Nike, do it well. And you want to wear your Adidas shoes and say, impossible is nothing. It's not just wearing the shoes, my friend. It's embodying the theme and saying, let's go beyond barriers. Let's break them. So there must be this courage in you to make decisions. You must make those important decisions and stick by it and have the discipline to do it. Let courage speak volumes louder than your fears and silence them. Okay? Now, there's one thing that I want to say here that will immediately guarantee increase. It's the increase of your feelings to control your life. It is what? Being biased towards positive action. Being biased towards positive action. And I want to close with this 4th thought here. Change your to-do list. We always have our to-do list, isn't it? Every day to-do list, every week, every month, every year, and then you're going to do your New Year resolutions and whatever not, and by the time February comes, your weight gain, your weight loss problem all is going to go, because your diet is going to go and you're going to get your weight back. I'm not being negative here, but you know what? It takes more than just writing down and saying, I want to do it. It's you must have an action plan and stick to it no matter what it is. So change your to-do list to a must-do list. That means I'm saying add action to it. Knowledge does not change behavior. Tell me, some of us have read hundreds, if not thousands of books, articles that we have read. Just Google, you're going to Google motivation for this, motivation for that, how to plan this. Come on, we all know. Let me just take the issue of dieting. Every diet plan works. It is whether we will make it happen for us. Very simple. In every gymnasium, there's a possibility of losing thousands of pounds in all these people there. But the issue is getting there and doing the exercises. That's the difference. Knowledge does not change behavior. You have to make a decision to take the new horizon and deal with your fears, deal with distractions, deal with bad habits. How do you deal? Add new ones to replace old ones. Deal with interruptions. What you need to do is simple. You say, hey, come on. Listen to me, please. Let me finish this here. What we all need to do is actually simple. but it is not easy. Okay, I hope you get that. And I'll add one more thing. It is completely worth it, that effort. You are just one decision away to encounter an incredible life and an amazing new horizon in 2022 and beyond. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? It's, remember the Starship Enterprise, Star Trek. All you Trekkie fans will know this, isn't it? Going where no man has gone before. The horizon beckons you and me to go where no one has dared gone before. No matter what your business you are wanting to achieve, all your KPIs, all your targets. Remember, knowledge doesn't change. Knowledge helps, but it's in the doing that everything changes. The courage to have a positive bias towards action. And like Nike says, then just do it. Thank you. Stay connected. God bless you. Have an amazing 2022.
Isn't it true that people may not remember everything that you have said, but they will always remember how you make them feel? Hi, my name is Wesley Chan, and today I want to share with you a topic that's very close to my heart, and I want to share with you the power of storytelling. And the reason why I'm very passionate in this topic is because now at the end of the day, some of you here may have encountered some of these challenges where you want to bring out an idea and you want to present a proposal to your clients, to your customers. And what happens is that you may have resistance when it comes from them understanding your context. And number two, how are you able to structure the way you present your proposal, your presentation, or your sales pitch in order for you to make your idea more outstanding and appealing? So therefore, here what I would like to share with you is the effective use of storytelling so that you'll be able to captivate the attention, you'll be able to persuade effectively, so that you'll be able to communicate as per what you desire. So if you're ready to begin, so let's go ahead and comment the word yes at the chat section at the side. And let me just quickly introduce myself. My name is Wesley Chan, and I'll be walking with you this entire video to share with you some of my tips that I use that has helped me for the past 10 years in my career. And I'm very grateful to be a 3-time TEDx speaker, and I've spoken to more than 150,000 people across 21 cities in Asia. So a lot of you may ask me and say, Wesley, why do we use storytelling? So what happens is that when you're trying to present an idea or a proposal to your customer, your client, or your stakeholder, now what happens is this. Now some of them may have developed this one idea called critical faculty. So what's called a critical faculty? Critical faculty is our analytical brain, and due to the reason every day, day in, day out, people get bombarded with sales and marketing messages. So we don't tend to believe everything that we have heard and everything that we have listened. So therefore, when you use storytelling, that's when you're able to bypass this critical faculty. So that when you present your idea, people go like, now I get what you mean. Now, instead of you telling people to work hard, believe in my product, and this will change your life, and they go like, you know what, everybody tell the same. But if you package your presentation with a story, people go like, now I get what you mean, Wesley. So what happens is this, when you use storytelling, you'll be able to bypass the critical faculty of your prospects, your stakeholders, and your customers. Wesley, how do we do that? And that's exactly why I would like to share with you a very simple structure of storytelling that you can use in pitching your idea, pitching a proposal, or when you're delivering a presentation. So let's have a look at this. So when we learn about the structure of storytelling, so you must always understand that when we hear stories, sometimes in movies, in storybooks, basically stories are packaged in this way. And I call these as the 3 C's of storytelling. So the 3 C's are: number 1, the context, then the challenge, and after that, the consequences. So what do you mean by this, Wesley? Context, challenge, and consequences. Okay, so let me just elaborate with you right now. Now, context is the background. Where's the background of the story you're trying to present? So what is like the introduction? What is the background? And after that, as you elaborate more what you want to do, you want to build a story. And it comes to the dilemma, the struggle, the challenge, and the problem statement. And after that, due to you introducing a challenge, you will then have a point of dilemma, a struggle, and you will then you will reveal a solution. And after you've taken the solution, as a result, what happened? So this is what we call as consequences. So I'm going to illustrate to you using my story, and using my story, I will illustrate to you the structure of storytelling. So I'm going to be telling a story in such a way, and then let's see how far I progress. So what happened to me was the context. So back many years ago, I was a chemical engineer, and I was inspired, and therefore from a chemical engineer, and I ventured into sales and marketing. Now the challenge was this. My dad didn't like the idea of me being in sales and marketing. And the reason why, because I was studying chemical engineering, I did very well in my studies, and I was working for a very reputable company. So what happened was, I still remember, and my dad was against it, and he said, you know what, you better become a good engineer. And I went against what my dad said, and what happened was, he chased me out of my house. So I was in a dilemma, whether should I listen to what my dad say, or should I go against what they say and pursue my dream? And I pursued my dream, and after 1 year, my dad finally called me on my cell phone, and he called me and he apologized, and he said, you know what, son, I felt I was too harsh on you. Whatever you do, I will always be proud of you. So what happened is this: the context, the background, the challenge, the problem statement, and then the consequences. As a result, what happened after that? So it is very similar to what you've seen in movies. The background, the introduction, where they talk about character. After that, the bad guy came, and then they fight, and then happily ever after, and the movie ends. Right? So this is a very simple structure. Then you may ask me and say, Wesley, how do we create spice? How do we add more flavor in the story that we tell? So the structure are the 3 C's and the 3 S, which I would like you to add in the story, which is state, emotion, scene, the setting, and at the end of the day, what is the moral or the seed of the entire story they are trying to present? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be telling my story again. But what happened is that I'm going to add in emotion, I'm going to tell you the setting, and I'll tell you the moral of the story. So here we go. So back many years ago, I graduated as a chemical engineer. So I used to work for some time in this company called Akhzar, and I was inspired to become a speaker and a trainer. What happened was I decided to resign, but I never dared to tell my dad. So it was one fine day, 1 o'clock midnight, and I came back home. I was in the living room, and my dad said, son, sit down. I was like, what happened? Can you tell me what happened to your job? Dad, you know what? I resigned, but I just never tell you. He became angry, and he asked me, what you want to do, son? And I said, I want to be a speaker, to travel across the world to inspire people. He became very angry, and he asked me one last time after 30 minutes, you tell me one more time, engineer or speaker? And I said, speaker. He stood up, he banged on the table, and he said, son, you get out from the house now. At 1:30 in the morning, I was chased out from my house. Now, I still got to stay at home, but I was in a huge dilemma, whether to listen to my dad or I should pursue my dream. I persisted and I learned from as many sources as I could. And after 1 year, my dad called me up on my phone. I still remember I was driving to a company, 9 o'clock in the morning, and my dad called me. It was the first time in my life I heard my dad cry. Dad, why are you crying? Son, I felt I was too harsh on you. Whatever you do, I will always be proud of you. And the reason why I'm sharing this story with you is because tough times don't last. Tough people do. And when you do your best, God will handle the rest. So what I've done is I've inserted the 3 C's and the 3 S's so that it will help me to decorate my story. So that's how I do it, right? So, and for those of you here who may want to increase your effectiveness in telling story, so what you could do is you could prepare images like this. So what happened to me was, so when I'm telling story, I could show you illustrations of me back then. This will create relevance when I was a chemical engineer. And that was me when I used to work as a chemical engineer in ExxonMobil. Where am I? Second from the right. That was how thin I was. Okay? And for those of you here, if you really believe in the power of storytelling, what you could do, you could put illustrations for people to imagine the story. So that's me and my dad and my mom. So that was me back then. And this was a scene in the living room where my dad said, son, you get out from the house. And this was a scene when I was driving to a company 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I could flash this out after that and I say, you know what, son, whatever you do, I will always be proud of you. And there you go. So I'm excited to share you this. It's because using very 3 simple formula, this is how you could tell stories. Now you may ask me and say, hey, Wesley, good stuff, but you know what? What about in business storytelling? I may not have enough time to deliver a story. Do you have a shorter version? Yes, I have. So for those of you here, if you would like to tell stories in a condensed, quick and fast manner, you could potentially do this using what we call a Pixar pitch. So what's a Pixar pitch? Very simple. You condense your story into 6 sentences. Once upon a time or time setting, every day was a routine, one day, what you found out, because of that, what solution you take, because of that, what happened after that, until finally, what's your moral of the story. So if I could summarize my story into 6 sentences, and this is how it will sound like. So, back many years ago, I was a chemical engineer. Every single day, my job was to deal with machines and to compute and to work as a process engineer in Lahcen ExxonMobil in Malaysia. So one day I decided I want to pursue my path, my dream as being a speaker. Because of that, I totally go against what my father said. And because of that, I had a very heated argument with my dad. And until finally, after 1 year, my dad called me on my phone and he finally accepted me being a speaker. And he apologized and he said, son, whatever you do, I will always be proud of you. And the reason I'm sharing this story is because tough times don't last and tough people do. So there you go, 6 sentences for me to summarize the whole story for you. Alright, so how many of you liked it? If you like this, comment the word yes at the chat at the side. Alright, thank you so much for the responses, everybody. Now, so just to put things into a conclusion, so what cases can you use storytelling like this? So you could use storytelling when you're introducing your brand, your company, your concept, your idea. Or you can use this as a form of testimonial, social proof on how you help your previous clients, setting the context, what challenge they face as a result of your product, what kind of increase of results they get. Selling a concept, conceptual selling, or you want to put a story to your entire presentation and you put as a central theme. So there you go. This is how you could apply storytelling in delivering your idea, your proposals, when dealing with stakeholders. And I find this very helpful and I find this very, very powerful. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And I hope that this very short 15 minutes presentation give you a glimpse of how you could tell stories to inspire people, persuade effectively, and communicate as how you desire. And I always believe in this one thing. Your story could be a gift to inspire other people to change the world. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would invite you to tell powerful stories to inspire people. And with that, I hope to keep in touch with you. And for those of you here who are keen to connect with me, so you can check me out on my social media, on my LinkedIn, Facebook page, Instagram, and also email. With that, everybody, thank you so much for your time, and I hope to meet all of you in person someday. And with that, thank you. Until then, signing off, Wesley Chan. Bye!
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Great to see all of you at this ADAP convention. And I've got 5 powerful keys for you for 2022. These are 5 entrepreneurial keys for you to have an explosive business in 2022. Follow these 5 keys, embrace them, go all out with them, and you will do very, very well in this post-pandemic economy. First key number 1, let's go right in. Key number 1 is marketing. Now, when it comes to marketing, there's so many things out there that you could look at. Essentially, keep your mind around these 4 aspects. Number 1, first aspect when it comes to marketing is think online 5, offline 5. Many people have spent a lot of time and energy on just online marketing, but you want to take advantage of a lot of the offline systems and processes that are also available to you for you to be very, very successful. So think online 5, offline 5. So online, I've got to have at least 5 strategies as a minimum. For example, you've got a TikTok video that you're putting out every other day. You've got your Facebook Live. You've got your Instagram Live. You've got Facebook postings, LinkedIn postings, all sorts of stuff that you're doing online. Then you've got offline. So offline, you could have a referral strategy. Customers that come to you you can create a referral strategy for them to refer 3 prospects to you. So if every customer is referring 3 prospects to you, can you imagine how big this could get? If you've got 1,000 customers, that's 3,000 prospects. So that's an offline strategy. You might want to look at exhibition kiosks in malls, in specific locations where your target market is. So that's the first aspect. You want your online 5 and your offline 5. The second aspect is your acquisition cost. When it comes to marketing, many people don't understand this word, acquisition cost. So acquisition cost simply means what is your cost of acquiring either a lead or a customer. For example, if you spend $2,000 and you closed 1 sale, it means you purchased that sale for $2,000. If you spend $2,000 and you close 10 sales, it means you purchased each sale for $200. But if you've got $2,000, you spend $2,000, you've got 10 inquiries, and you close 1 sale, that means each inquiry you spend $200. So my question to you is this: how much are you spending per lead and per customer? What's your cost of acquisition? And as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, you want to get better and better and better at your acquisition cost. You want to get as good as you can at your acquisition cost. So that's the second aspect that you want to pay attention to, and calculate the cost of acquisition from every single one of your campaigns. For instance, if you put a billboard on, say, in Malaysia here in the Federal Highway, you put a billboard on the Federal Highway, your investment is going to be about 300,000 ringgit. It sounds expensive, but what if this 300,000 ringgit that you spend gives you 1,000 customers, and these 1,000 customers spend 1,000 ringgit with you on average? That's 1 million ringgit, and your margins, let's say it's 50%. That's 500,000 ringgit in profit. Minus the cost of the billboard, 300,000, that is 200,000 ringgit in net profit. So now, billboard on the Federal Highway, expensive or cheap? Cheap. You want to get as many billboards as you can in as many locations as you can. So you see, when it comes to marketing, it's not just about the leads you're getting and the customers you're getting, it's about the acquisition you're buying them for. So that's the second aspect of marketing. Third aspect is lifetime value. So when you do acquire a customer, it doesn't stop at the first transaction or the only transaction you think you're getting. They may continue to buy from you for the next 10 years. They may spend 1,000 ringgit with you at the first transaction, but over the next 1 year, they may spend another 9,000. So that's 10,000 a year. In 10 years, that's 100,000. So even though you may spend just a couple of thousand ringgit to acquire this customer, they would spend over 100,000 with you in the next 10 years. That's the lifetime value. So every single prospect and customer that you secure, try and look at their lifetime value. What are they worth to me in a lifetime? This makes you make more intelligent marketing decisions. And the last aspect, the fourth aspect of marketing is test and measure. You want to test and measure everything. Test different campaigns, measure results. Test different strategies, measure results. Test different acquisitions, measure results. Keep testing, measuring, because you never know what's going to work. It's a post-pandemic economy now, and you have no idea what's going to work for your business. So you don't want to listen to what a friend is saying or what that person is saying. You want to test everything. You test everything in a small scale. If it works well, go big. So here are the 4 aspects for marketing. The first aspect of marketing that we're looking at, and this is remember this is absolutely critical, that when it does come to marketing, you're looking at all of these aspects, because you see, most people aren't doing this. They're just saying, okay, what strategy can I do? What shouldn't I do? So the first thing to look at, online 5, offline 5. Second thing to look at, acquisition cost. Third thing to look at, lifetime value. Fourth thing to look at is test and measure everything. And that's marketing. So that's the first key in 5 keys for you to have an explosive entrepreneurial success in 2022. Second key for success is sales. How can you be super successful in converting prospects into customers? This is sales. This is what it's all about. It's all about sales. So to make you very, very successful in selling, I want to teach you a formula I invented many years ago. It's caused my clients to make huge amounts of sales, get in huge amounts of sales, all by just applying this formula. So here's the formula, FBAT, F-B-A-T. F stands for features, B stands for benefits, A stands for advantages, T stands for testimonials. Now, look at your sales pitch from an FBAT point of view. What is a feature? A feature is an undisputed fact about the product, like my car has, say, 8 airbags. This car has 8 airbags. That's a feature. It's not an opinion, it's a feature. Or this property has 1,600 square feet. That's a feature. A benefit is an emotional reason that arises out of the feature. For example, this car has 8 airbags. The benefit is, whatever side another car collides with you, your family is safe. If this apartment has 3,000 square feet, the feature, the benefit is, you get a huge space to put any kind of room you want in your home. So that's a benefit. And then advantage simply means why you are better than your competitor. What's so great about you? Why are you better than the competition? And testimonials is simply what people are saying about you, or they're direct or indirect. So a direct testimonial is what someone is saying about your business or you. Indirect are things about your company or you that is amazing, that's out there. For instance, a number of years in business, awards you've won, and all sorts of things. Like, I've been coaching businesses now for 21 years. I've had a few 100,000 people going through my programs, and I've made them millions. See, that's an indirect testimonial. I've won all kinds of awards. I've won global and local awards. That's an indirect testimonial. Now, any client of mine saying, hey, Jeevan coached me, I made 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, that would be a direct testimonial. So now, work the FBAT into your pitch. Work it into your products. When you sell a product, now, as you talk to the prospect or the customer, talk about the features, link it to the benefits, show the advantage of this product over another product and over your competitors, and share testimonials. When you do that, guess what happens? Your sales rocket through the roof. That's actually what happens. So that's the second key. First key is marketing. Second key is sales. And for sales, I made your life easy by giving you my formula, the FBAT. So use that formula. The third key for your explosive success in 2022 is systems. Now, here's the thing. I want you to write this down. Write this sentence down and never forget it. Systems run the business. People work the systems. Let me put it to you this way. Can you and I make a better burger than McDonald's Big Mac? Yeah, of course. Easy. We can make a much better burger, much bigger burger, much more fun burger than the Big Mac. But can we build a better system than McDonald's? The Big Mac tastes exactly the same whatever country you go to, whether you go to Vietnam, Malaysia, England, US, Papua New Guinea, Australia, London, wherever you go, it tastes exactly the same. And why? It's because of systems. So when it comes to systems, let me give you my 3 Ps. You want to build a business that runs on systems, not runs on people. If your business runs and depends on people, guess what? You're in trouble, because if these people leave, then you've got nothing. Your business must be systems dependent. And the people work those systems. So you put in a lot of systems on how you're going to do everything. and then people work the systems. To help you understand that, I give you my 3 Ps. Here are my 3 Ps for systems creation, and that is planning, policies, and procedures. That's it. Planning, policies, procedures. So planning, you plan everything out, you do a flow chart, take a look at how does the system, what's it supposed to look like your sales process. When you get an inquiry and you go to close the sale, what is the whole process? You flow chart the whole thing, and then you plan it. Then you start creating policies. Policies are rules. What is your leave policy? What is the sales policy when someone closes a sale? When do they get paid the commission? What is the refund policy? So you create all the rules, and then procedures are SOPs, your standard operating procedures. So what are the procedures for how something gets done? Now you've got to do the 3 Ps for all the different critical parts of your business. Start with the bigger parts of the business, and from there you can move into all different and more microscopic parts. But start there. Start with the bigger parts of the business. So that's area number 3, systems. Area number 4 is team. Now, you're building a team. You're building a team. You're building an amazing team. So you want to make sure you've got a team that is a high-performing team. They're performing brilliantly, and your business is doing so well. So how do you do this? When it comes to teams, so let me teach you a couple of things here. Number 1 is flexibility. The 3 main things to look at. Flexibility. Today, the world has changed since the last 2 years of COVID, last 2 years of the pandemic. The world has changed. The way recruitment happens has changed. The way teams work has changed. You've got to be open and be very, very flexible. Flexibility, for example, and the last time you may have had a staff coming to the office from 8:30 to 5:30, and that's standard procedure. Now, hybrids have come in. Maybe they work from home for the first 2 weeks, and the second 2 weeks they come to the office. Or maybe they only come into the office on Fridays, or they only come into the office on Mondays and Tuesdays. You've got to have that flexibility, because many people right now prefer that. And in fact, here's a joke. They perform even more. So that's the thing. I had a client, one of my clients, so they had this accountant who was working for them, was a 9-to-5 job. And finally, she decides to go off to Singapore, and she wants to be with a boyfriend and everything. And my client decided, hey, you know what? I actually don't need her in the office from a 9-to-5. Maybe she could work from there. We can just send her documentation. She can do the accounts offline. She can do it and then do liaise with us online. And guess what? So now she's working part-time, and she loves it, they love it. It's even better than when they had a full-time. So flexibility is absolutely critical. You want to look at what are my options. Should I do a work-from-home model? Should I do outsourcing? Should I change the work hours? What are the things? So flexibility is the first thing. The second thing you want to look is simply this: team meetings. You got to have team meetings, whether they're done on Zoom or they're done face-to-face. Let me give you a little tip. You need to have at least every single week a team meeting, no longer than 1 hour. They can be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, but a maximum of an hour. And if you have that regular meeting with the team members and all the critical departments, guess what? You're in frequent contact with them, and you can get a lot done. So team meetings are the second component for teams, for having superb teams on board. Third component, 3 components only. First one, flexibility. Second, team meetings. Third component, hire better. Hire better, pay more. And just hire better. Hire better people, pay more, get the best people on board. It's always critical to get absolutely the best people on board, and you will do very, very well. Now, we've got these 4 things in place for your explosive entrepreneurial success. In 2022, there's 1 more to go. So the first one is marketing, second is sales, third is systems, fourth is team. Number 5 is goals. You want to have your goals. Now, when it comes to goals, let me give you 3 things that you got to do. Number 1 is what I call a DCA. Definite chief aim. What is your DCA for the different parts of your business? What's your DCA for your marketing? What's your DCA for your salespeople, each salesperson? What's the definite chief aim? So you've got to have goals. What's the revenue goal? What's your DCA for your revenue? So for the key parts of the business, have a DCA, a definite chief aim. So the entire company, entire organization has a purpose. You're moving. So the first key is to have a DCA. Second is create accountability. Create accountability, because you see, it's no point having goals if people aren't accountable to the goals. Create accountability in some way, shape, or form. People call them KPIs, you can call them monthly targets, whatever kind of accountability you want to have. Put that accountability on, put it in a system, put it in a strategy, and put it out there. And the third one is work on the plans. Whatever goals you create and whatever accountability you put aside, develop plans and work on them. Have plans and work on those plans, and go all out to achieve your goals. Now, put these 5 things together: marketing, sales, systems, team, goals, you will have an explosive business in 2022. So very good to be here, and I hope you take these things to heart, take it close to your heart. Hope you took some good notes. You can revise again, go back through the whole recording again. It'll be online, and most importantly, apply it, and I bless you with a superb 2022. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Lahcen Haddadi. I am a hospitality food service consultant located in Atlanta, Georgia, United States. My company is called F&B Consulting Partners. We do provide the consulting for hospitality and food service operations. In today's topic, I will be talking about the importance of using technology on hospitality and food service. So in hospitality, as you know, is a big industry, and most people come to expect good service, good experience, and to have a good moments with their families or by themselves. So in today I will be talking briefly how we help investors to use technology to improve the service and hospitality experience for their guests. As you all know, how much technology we use these days to use or to visit another country, or to book a flight, or to book a hotel room. So that's technology. Also, we can use technology to improve our communication with the guests that they use our services. For example, when you make reservations, you get an email to confirm your reservations. If you would like to change that reservations to another date or time, you use your phone, you use your computer, you use technology to reschedule or communicate with the food service or hotel or resort or airplane when you book your flights. So technology, it's a big part of hospitality and food service operations. Interestingly, with the pandemic, COVID-19, that need actually increase. It would become very important and more useful for, especially for food service operations. As you all know, we had very good increase here in the United States or all over the world of delivery services for your food needs. So a lot of restaurants, they couldn't open for the pandemic, but they still take orders and deliver those orders by using technology. And technology was a very big source for these food service operations to improve their business and, importantly, to stay in business. Like in United States of America, more than 80% of food service operations use technology to stay in business. For example, they use Uber Eats, they use GrabHub, and there is another different platform that's been used for delivery services. but it makes it very convenient for the clients, for the guests to make these orders, stay in home, and connect to the community and keep helping the community stay in business by using this technology. So what I normally do, we help investors use technology to improve their bottom line, to increase their business, and to improve the service. In nowadays, there is a lot of different platforms, there is a lot of technology that you can use to make the experience of the guest very pleasant and also very smooth. So there is some technology these days that you can actually use when you book a hotel in a country. As soon as you land in that country, your phone, or you get an email from the resort, the hotel, and welcome you to the country, because the phone picks up the signal from that country, and that country or that hotel picks the signal that you are actually in the country, and they send you a welcome email or text to tell you welcome to the country where you booked your flight. And also you can go, when you go to this hotel, you don't even have to check in anymore, because as soon as you land on that country, you get an email or you get a text with the key for your room. So you just go straight to your room, and with your phone you can actually log into or go to the key to the door and just point it to the door, and the door will open. So technology is a very, very important piece of the hospitality, and there is a lot of room, or there is a lot of ways we can use this technology to improve the service and the hospitality. A little keynote before I leave, I would like to just tell you a little bit about what's the difference between hospitality and service. So hospitality is, or the service is, when you order something, when you book a hotel, when you book a flight, you get that to use that flight, to use that room, to get your food. Hospitality is how you get it delivered to you. You get it delivered to you with a smile. You get it delivered to you with care. And that's the difference between hospitality and the service. So the service is to get whatever you ordered. Hospitality is how you get it delivered to you. But technology, it could be it's already playing a big role on improving the service and the hospitality, but it could be even, we could invest more on it to make it more pleasant and more effective. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, do you want to win some prizes? If yes, be sure to look out whenever I pop in here. Now, if you want to win this prize, make sure to scan the QR code and answer this question. Was there a crypto token created after the famous Netflix original, Squid Game? Yes or no? Hello everyone, have you been learning a lot? I bet you did. Now, it is time for a little break, so let's gather back here after an hour. Rest up and enjoy. See you!
10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？ 小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is the concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, day in and day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. 3rd reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到赚2万块是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到学习是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UI 的集团副总裁。
you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over 26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工。同时，还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market.
Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year.
While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2. Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UI IQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
everyone, it's me again, your host for Adapt 2021. So have you had a good break? I hope you do. Now, let's continue our journey of empowerment. Hi everyone! You know what to do if you want to win this prize. Make sure to scan the QR code and answer this question. How many days is Adapt Convention 2021? Good luck!
Hello, my name is Simran Dhanoa and I'm a part of IQI Canada. I'm here to present some details and introducing you to legal tech. So what is legal tech? In simple terms, legal teams and law firms are nowadays confronted more and more with an increasingly digitizing business world. The digital transformation changes the way legal advice is delivered. Legal counsels faces the major challenges to organize a complete digital transition in a very short time frame. Lawyers are looking for tools to manage the ever-increasing mass of digital information and to use it efficiently. This is where legal technology comes into play. Legal technology or legal tech is software and technology which is used by law firms or legal teams to facilitate their processes, support the legal industry and improve their effectiveness. Legal tech can be called as a driver of the legal industry to succeed the process of digital transformation. Legal technology is not a new concept though, as technology has played an important part in the jobs of lawyers both in-house and at law firms. The aim of legal tech is to simplify operations, optimize current workflows, and improve the overall management of knowledge and information that exists in law firms or enterprises. Legal technology traditionally refer to the application of technology and software to help individual lawyers, law firms, medium and large-scale businesses with practice management, document automation, document storage, billing, accounting, and electronic discovery. Since 2011, legal tech has evolved to be associated more with technology startups, disrupting the practice of law by giving people access to online software that reduces or in some case eliminates the need to consult a lawyer, or by connecting people with lawyers more efficiently through online marketplaces and lawyer matching websites. The legal industry is widely seen to be conservative and traditional, with law technology today noting that in 50 years the customer experience at most law firms has barely changed. Reason for this include the fact that law firms face weaker cost-cutting incentives than other professions since they pass disbursements directly to their client, and are seen to be risk-averse, as a minor technological error could have significant financial consequences for a client. However, the growth of the hiring by business of in-house counsel and their increasing sophistication, together with the development of email, has led to clients placing increasing cost and time pressure on their lawyers. The saturation of the market is leading many lawyers to look for cutting-edge ways to compete. The exponential growth in the volume of documents, mostly email, that must be reviewed for litigation cases has greatly accelerated the adoption of technology used in e-discovery, with elements of machine language and artificial intelligence being incorporated and cloud-based services being adopted by law firms. The courts and judiciary have also expressed interest in the potential for electronic filing to reduce costs and increase efficiency, and online alternate dispute resolution as a means to reduce costs to claimants, increasing access to justice. While the areas and solutions often overlap, we can categorize the different services roughly in about 7 to 8 categories. The number one being practice management software. Practice management software focuses on all activities for the day-to-day management of a legal practice like billing, accounting, payments, or simply time management. Software in this field has been around for decades and it is a starting point for legal tech solutions. But process automation, the use of cloud services, and software as a service have taken legal tech to the next level. legal marketplaces and networks. It's an obvious solution to use the internet to find the right lawyer wherever you are. However, it isn't only about finding the right professional. Startups also provide solutions where you can compare lawyers to find the most suitable one, as well as making it easier to get legal advice or specific contracts and agreements through a few mouse clicks. In a digital world dominated by Facebook and all, there is naturally an apparent need for specialized network for lawyers. Legal professionals can make referrals and share opportunities, help each other with legal and professional advice, and access tools and resources to help them do their job and jumpstart their careers. Number 3, document management. Assume you've been to a law firm because of a personal matter, let's say a car accident. You bought a home, or you were arguing with a client or a business partner. One thing that must have struck you is how quickly lawyers pile up documents. Now multiply this with the folders for all current and past clients of a law firm. No matter if it is a single practice or a large law firm with dozens or hundreds of legal practitioners, all of them amass a lot of documents. Somehow that needs to be managed, and systems have evolved over time. Innovative solutions tackle the two major aspects of document management. Firstly, organization and location of documents. With cloud-based solutions, pressure is lifted from internal IT management while data is readily accessible. Secondly, information. With the digitalization of paper documents, everything can be stored more easily, but it is also available at an instant, as well as making amendments of documents and collaboration between different parties less complicated. AI-based solutions, which is artificial intelligence-based solutions, can improve the process to find relevant data across the entire document stock of a firm, as opposed to traditional search software. Number 5 is contract management, which overlaps with document management, but it refers to the specific case of managing any kind of agreement, including especially the exchange and negotiation of contracts between the different parties. Depending on the complexity of a legal agreement, the number of different versions of a document along the entire negotiation life cycle can be astonishing, and a good contract management software can be integrated into other applications like project management, cost calculations, and administration, always evidencing and highlighting changes in an auditable and legally robust way. E-discovery, which refers to processes that search, collect, store, analyze, and exchange electronic data for evidence to be used in legal proceedings. Specific rules govern the use of such tools depending on the different jurisdiction. Electronically stored information, ESI, comes in many shapes and, more importantly, formats, from the usual suspects like Word documents and emails, but also from firm-specific databases, basically any document that's electronic, as you may have guessed. Given the complexity of the matter, you would usually find lawyers that are specialists in their respective legal field and forensic specialists along IT professionals and record managers involved. Legal research is another traditional area where technology has been employed for a long time to help lawyers with their job. It deals with any form of technology supported research for lawyers crawling through an ever-increasing mountain of, for example, case law or any other form of legal data. Obviously, cost is a massive argument that can play in favor of startups. Using AI or machine learning to generate better results is also a key differentiator, though. Use of tools to aid with legal research is now very common within the legal field. Commercial companies such as practice law company, LexisNexis, Reuters offer services where a lawyer can pay to search case law, contracts, and practice guidelines. Legal services is another one. Under legal services, we can combine basically two kinds of legal techs. The ones that have transferred traditional legal services to the web and provide remote legal analysis and advice. This can happen through the interaction by email, over the phone, or video call, where usually a qualified legal professional is involved. The second kind is where an aspect of automation takes place. Example is automation of due diligence, where the machine collates the relevant documents, streamlines unstructured data, and conducts an analysis. Yet another example would be notarization tools that aim to provide consumers with tools to have documents certified or notarized online. The latter is a very interesting field for the application of blockchain technology, though it is still in early days. Intellectual property support, which is a very important aspect of legal tech, covers the whole range from the search for competing IP, help with the registration of patents, trademarks, copyrights, and other IP rights, to the protection of an individual or a firm's intellectual property. It also consists of solutions for IP asset management that manage the existing assets, as well as assets with the development and monetization of IP portfolios, for instance using artificial intelligence to discover opportunities. The last one being financing. Anyone who has ever tried to take a case to court and win it, or watched a legal court drama, knows that it can be a lengthy and costly process. Companies have been providing funds, especially in the US, for a long time, as it can be a lucrative business. While other jurisdictions are more restrictive, the general idea, though, is to provide a plaintiff with the money they need to pay for legal costs and sometimes other costs like working capital or personal expenses. Legal tech tries to address this, for example, through crowdfunding platforms or online marketplaces where investors can decide into which cases they want to put their money in exchange for a financial return if the plaintiff wins the case. In addition to the ethical requirement that lawyers keep abreast of relevant technology, lawyers should strive to maintain a reasonably competent understanding of technology as a practical matter. As younger people enter the professional and non-professional workspace, they bring with them the expectation that professionals have a reasonably competent understanding of relevant technology. Young people have grown up in a time of rapid technological development. As a result, the generation of people now entering the workforce are accustomed to quickly understanding and adopting cutting-edge technologies and have the expectation that the professionals they hire and work with have the same capacity. Future clients and colleagues have the expectations that the lawyer they work with will have a reasonable competent understanding of the current state of technology and its uses. Lawyers can no longer afford to be apprehensive about understanding and using technology. This holds true as a practical matter and a matter of professionalism and competency. The tech-savvy lawyers no longer has the advantage over his or her peers. Now, the non-tech savvy lawyers is at a distinct disadvantage. Thank you so much, and I hope this was helpful in you understanding the basic idea behind the introduction and involvement of legal technology. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Fizza Akhzar. I'm the marketing coordinator at IQI Canada, and I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to speak at the ADAPT convention among so many great speakers and tech experts. Since my academic and professional background is based on digital communication and marketing, today I'd like to talk about something I was fascinated by the most during the past couple of years. And as we all know, the past couple of years have been one of the most crucial times the humankind has experienced because of COVID-19. COVID-19 has changed the way this whole world functioned as we knew it. And the spectrum of effects it has had over the world is so wide-ranging. We couldn't have expected anything good to come out of something so negative, but we all know and experienced some exceptionally positive things that happened during the pandemic, be it our lost family connections getting stronger, our personal developments, or the bigger global things. There were specks of happiness here and there during this unexpected halt to the world. And while I acknowledge the loss that a lot of people had to face, one of the beneficial effects of COVID-19, which I'm going to talk about today, that was seen by businesses, especially small businesses that kept grinding and shone brighter than ever. As the dynamics of businesses changed and the focus of sales and marketing started to shift towards the digital space, a lot of physical business spaces became home to the sign that said temporarily or permanently closed. But the businesses that showed great reflexes and quickly made the switch, or those that were already running online primarily through social media, those were the ones that saw their prime time. E-commerce's share of global retail trade rose from 14% in 2019 to about 17% in 2020 because of businesses going digital. Latin America's online marketplace, for example, sold twice as many items per day in the second quarter of 2020 compared with the same period the previous year. And China's online share of retail sales rose from 19.4% to 24.6% between August 2019 and August 2020. So small businesses grab this opportunity to connect with their customers on a platform that the majority of any customer base has the strongest connection with these days, and that is social media. With the help of digital marketing tools, small businesses figured out their customers' lifestyles, and marketing automation helped them cater to those lifestyles. Small business owners and their teams were able to use social media insights on the online activity and engagement of customers to optimize their marketing campaigns and gain better results. Businesses build relationships with their customers based on Instagram Reels and TikToks, which have a far bigger organic and unpaid reach than the conventional marketing or even in-person sales conversations. Just participating in the online trends helped small businesses gain awareness. Business owners and their teams got creative, used TikTok challenges to put their name and their team culture out there. This kind of B2C engagement holds so much importance in not only building long-lasting and deeper client loyalty, but also because it saves a chunk of the business's marketing budget. So the combination of paid and organic engagement on digital media fruits the best marketing responses for digital entrepreneurs. Moreover, the digital space allows one transaction or interaction to snowball into multiple interactions between customers and businesses. Let's say one promo code after a sale to be used at another purchase that's just put in an order confirmation email or sent as a direct message to the customer after a sale. It could just lead to another sale. Even more powerful strategies like carefully thought over giveaways or collaborations with other social media accounts, businesses, and influencers. All these could help you reach a chain of customers and followers who are in fact potential customers and leads. I personally have found so many businesses on Instagram because some other account I followed had mentioned or recommended it. Or even when influencers asked to follow other accounts to participate in a giveaway, a person who would have never come across that local shop in a small distant town could now easily browse through their catalog on their Instagram or Facebook page. Look through their website, make a purchase based on reviews and customer engagement, and with that business, all under an hour or so. So if they don't even make a purchase on the first visit, no problem. They don't have to go anywhere, and of course, because of the pandemic and containment measures, they couldn't go anywhere. So what they did was scroll over on Instagram, Facebook, and they would come across these beautiful images or content of that business's product every now and then with minimum effort, whatever product or service hits them, they will end up buying it. Recommending businesses got easier as well. People posted about their experience with a business or their product, and they tagged them. So now the user doesn't just have their word, they have a proof, a visual in front of them to see if they like the product or not. So the word of mouth marketing just got easier for businesses, and again, these tags didn't cost them anything extra. Just good and impactful customer service, strategic digital branding, and a good product landed them on someone's account for hundreds and millions of other users to see. Now, what should marketers and businesses take away from these unprecedented times, digital growth of businesses, and the new normal in terms of building brands digitally? According to Harvard Business Review, marketing has now shifted from knowing your customer to knowing your customer segments. Businesses need to change their strategies, terminology, and communication based on different customer demographics and how these demographics expect the business to engage with them. Digital and social media platforms provide businesses with these insights. So to market precisely, you need to use the analytics and then advertise strategically, demographic by demographic, even customer to customer. Which customer segment needs to be shown product functionality more than branding? Who cares more about sustainability, green and clean brands? Some segments would love the business for their social contribution and transparency. Utilizing customer segmentation and personas can bring deeper insights to media strategies and creative marketing approaches. Secondly, with your interactions gone digital, companies now have a record of all the engagements, and real-time analysis could be done to bring in new KPIs for company metrics. Businesses can now see how their marketing, sales, and customer service are coming together across the customer journey. So any gaps and disconnects should be relatively easier to detect and fix. Having worked in retail myself, I found my fellow sales associate and myself questioning our marketing and back-end teams as to why don't they come in and see the real-life interactions to fill in the gaps between reality and their idea of a customer interaction. But now it's all easily trackable and easy to integrate with CRM and other tools, and therefore the gaps are comparatively easier to detect and work on. Customers' expectations regarding your service and your product are also now higher than before. So businesses now also need to lean more towards data and artificial intelligence tools to provide personalized, impactful content on social media, apps, and emails to build deeper connections. Businesses need to understand social media algorithms, where quality works and where quantity works, what kind of a content what a customer segment likes more. As the targeting strategies shift with the new rules of the game, it will be important for companies to leave space for both brand and performance marketing to succeed. On top of that, things like loyalty programs should be effectively built and implemented for customer convenience and long-term loyalty, with special online sales and coupons, for example. At the same time, with these new data tools and e-commerce platforms, companies also need to be transparent with their customers in terms of their privacy, the product or services, to gain their loyalty. Socially responsible, sustainable, and ethically sourced products or ethically running campaigns or services are working like a magnet with the level of awareness in this customer generation, and rightfully so. It is time for businesses and customers to work together using digital media tools to gain and spread awareness for the good of this world. And now, so we see this power of digital media and how you can use it with the right strategy to grow your business or for personal branding. So I hope this helped anyone running a business digitally or handling a business to, acquire the positive insights from this pandemic that we went through, and use those tools and strategies to help them grow and their companies grow, not just post-pandemic, but like in the long term as well. So I hope this helped. Thank you.
家好，我叫宇軒，英文名 Benjamin，係居外 IQI 加拿大嘅一個 VP。咁啊，今日好開心啦，亦都好幸運，可以參加我哋 Adapt 2021嘅呢一個好大嘅呢個盛會。咁我喺加拿大呢邊咧，主要今日都係希望同大家一齊分享一啲關於 marketing 嘅一啲我自己嘅一啲經歷或者一啲諗法。咁啊，我都會通過我哋喺居外 IQI 加拿大嘅公司咧，作為一個簡單嘅例子。咁我簡單介紹下自己啦，我係之前喺嚟加拿大之前咧，其實我係喺法國留學同埋做嘢。咁我當時嘅 我嘅 master 嘅專業咧係奢侈品管理，專門負責品牌培訓同埋品牌管理嘅。咁啊，當然仲有一啲關於市場推廣嘅一啲工作啦。咁啊，之後咧，我喺法國做嘢之後咧，亦都翻到去國內咧，啱好咧就開呢個中國嘅 Seorang， 即係中國嘅 Seorang。咁啊，有好幸運啦，亦都係翻到去嗰邊同喺中國嗰度開拓中國嘅市場。咁之後咧嚟到加拿大之後咧，一直都係從事地產，有好多唔同嘅行業啦。但係當然我都有去做呢差唔多7-8年。以嚟咧都係從事關於房地產嘅一啲公司同埋行業入邊工作，咁啊主要一直都係負責marketing 嘅 director 啊，咁啊好開心啦，亦都幸運係加入咗居外 IQI 之後咧，喺加拿大嘅居外 IQI 咧就係專門都係負責 business development， 咁就係負責業務拓展嘅總監。咁喺過程當中咧，我就會負責會幫好多我哋嘅同事啦去做一啲 promote。咁啊，同埋咧就要負責，亦都要 promote 公司嘅 branding 啦。因為呢個亦都同我喺法國嘅專業有關啦。咁啊，仲有就係話我哋要我呢個工作嘅過程當中咧，會有好多嘅唔同嘅 business partner， 即係唔同行業嘅合作伙伴咧。咁我哋都要希望我哋自己本身 IQI Canada 呢邊嘅公司咧，同我哋嘅 business partner 啊，同開發商啊，同律師啊，同好多嘅合作方面要有一個好好嘅 relationship。咁啊，過程當中咧，我就會考慮到點樣喺 marketing 呢邊、市場推廣呢邊咧，又要幫到我哋嘅同事，因為佢哋都係屬於 sales 銷售，咁啊點樣幫佢哋可以 promote 到自己啦？咁啊，同時亦都要可以有一個好好嘅平台同埋渠道咧，去幫到我哋嘅合作伙伴啦。咁樣嘅話咧，我哋合作先會越嚟越好。所以喺加入咗居外 IQI 之後咧，喺加拿大呢邊咧，我發覺有一個都幾好嘅一種 marketing 嘅渠道咧，可以解決到好多嘅我嘅一啲工作上嘅需求。咁如果我分享咗之後，如果覺得大家覺得有幫助嘅話，咁當然我好開心啦。咁啊，如果大家有更好嘅建議咧，亦都可以同我聯繫嘅。咁啊，我嘅聯繫方式咧就已經喺下邊啦。咁可以加我嘅WhatsApp 啦，加我嘅 WeChat 啦，或者如果需要嘅話咧，都係可以發好多嘅聯繫方式俾我哋。咁我而家咧就以我分享一個屏幕，就係以我哋公司為主嘅。咁我相信大家都會見到呢個係我哋公司 IQI Canada 嘅 Facebook 嘅 page。咁我考慮到係咩咧？就係話我自己一個人做所有嘅 marketing 咧，係好難做得完美嘅，因為個人嘅能力係有限嘅。咁啊，一方面我希望可以將全公司嘅唔同嘅同事或者各個行業嘅合作伙伴咧，都可以佢哋可以投入到或者可以參加到我哋呢啲平台入邊。咁呢個平台如果可以 open 俾佢哋咧，就會更加好啦。咁所以喺我哋 IQI 嘅 Canada 呢邊咧，我哋會用咗一個後台嘅一個軟件咧，就平時咧你見到有唔同嘅我哋全球各地嘅同事都會上傳佢哋嘅 video 啦。咁啊之後咧，關於我哋自己 IQI Canada 嘅頻道咧，你會睇到我哋有唔同嘅族裔啦。因為加拿大呢邊咧有好多唔同嘅族裔，咁我哋都會互相主要嘅語言都係英文啦。咁唔同嘅族裔、唔同嘅同事咧，佢哋都可以，我哋希望調動佢哋積極性，可以好積極咁參加呢一種視頻嘅推廣。因為原則上就係首先一個就係一個人嘅能力係有限嘅，但係每個人咧 都有自己嘅特長，同埋每個人都有自己嘅個性。咁我哋希望喺推廣嘅過程當中咧，我哋唔係為咗去賣或者係銷售某一啲嘢，而係我哋會首先咧會希望係可以將每個同事嘅每個人嘅經歷同埋佢嘅性格，包括佢成個歷程啦，咁可以展示出嚟，咁會使我哋嘅觀眾咧會有產生共鳴，同埋佢會覺得，咦，可能同某一個同事嘅經歷好似，咁佢會對呢個同事咧會更加多嘅關注。咁啊，同時亦都係可以鍛鍊到我哋啲同事嘅對於呢種鏡頭嘅感覺啊，同埋佢哋每一次嘅呢種介紹啊、present 嘅能力，每唔同嘅能力嘅提高。咁所以你見到咧，我哋有唔同嘅同事咧都會做主持嘅。咁啊，我哋仲會有同唔同國家呢個好大嘅優勢就係可以同唔同嘅國家嘅一齊做互動。咁唔同嘅年齡段啦，唔同嘅語言啦，你見到有可以用國語啦，可以用粵語啦，可以用英文啦，甚至我哋呢度有嘅同事咧係用嗰個波斯語嘅。咁每一個同事咧譬如好似呢位同事咧，佢哋就係用嘅就係波斯語。
با سلام و خسته نباشید. صبح بخیر و شب بخیر به تمام بینندگان گولمون.
雖然我哋聽唔明啦，但係見到你都係好開心。
کانادا برگشتیم و امروز یک تاپیک بس.
咁啊，所以咧，我哋覺得就係唔同嘅
بسیار بسیار عالی براتون داریم و
呢個平台咧，可以提供俾唔同嘅同事可以去展示自己。咁呢個對於我哋專門負責做銷售嘅同事嚟講係一個好好嘅一個渠道嚟嘅。咁啊，對於business partner 嚟講咧，我哋都會係可以除咗喺線上呢一種，我會俾大家睇下。咁啊，仲有嗱，譬如好似我哋呢位同事咧，阿 Ray 哥咧，佢係馬來西亞嘅華裔，咁佢嚟咗加拿大都30幾年。咁佢除咗係一個地產經紀之外咧，佢同時亦都係一個跆拳道嘅黑帶嘅5段，所以佢係一個老師嚟嘅。咁佢喺多倫多呢邊有自己嘅跆拳道館，咁佢有教住100幾個學生，有細蚊仔啦，有大人。咁佢除咗可以分享佢喺呢個地產行業嘅一啲經驗之外咧，佢平時又會同我哋啲同事咧分享呢個地產嘅。用英文啦，分享一啲地產行業嘅一啲。
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's our time again. It's Ray Teo from Markham, Ontario, Canada.
咁啊，佢亦都可以咧介紹下佢自己嘅生活。
Your host.
咁我等，其實就係等大家咧，更多人咧去認識佢，而我哋喺成個視頻當中咧，就唔會話會即係比較唔會好主要係為咗嗰種賣屋啊，或者嗰啲，我哋主要咧都希望係突出每一個同事嘅個性。
Good evening. This is the Thursday night. Your host Ray Teo. With IQI
咁啊，譬如大家睇到呢個咧，就係佢嘅，其實係佢一個係我哋呢個 Ray 哥嘅師傅，係一個韓國人嚟嘅。咁佢曾經咧，亦都係帶住加拿大國家隊咧去打過奧運會，即係世界嘅奧運會。咁同時亦都係 Ray 哥嘅師傅，所以佢咧亦都邀請佢師傅過嚟同大家一齊做一啲直播。咁啊，所以就唔會話好對比起而家好多公司或者係個人啦，佢哋要拍嘅嗰啲視頻嚟講咧，佢哋都可能會着重會介紹太過商業性。咁而我哋而家咧希望係將啲視頻咧更加接地氣一啲，就介紹更多嘅係我哋嘅個同事嘅嗰種個性。咁啊，同我哋嘅觀眾可以產生更多嘅共鳴同埋共性。咁啊，之後咧，我哋嘅觀眾會對 Ray 哥咧會更加了解，亦都會更加信任佢。咁從而咧，其實係幫到阿 Ray 哥咧。去建立到好多包括呢個或者我哋其他同事建立到佢哋好好嘅個人嘅形象，同埋呢種口碑。咁除咗呢個對於合作夥伴嚟講，我哋可以點樣去推廣佢哋咧？我哋亦都係會用呢一個平台咧，
happy that you see, hey, I'm in the different uniform.
我哋係啊，咁我哋會用呢個平台咧，就會除咗線上嘅呢一種啦，嗱，我哋呢一個咧就係我主持嘅一個其中一個視頻啦。咁除咗可以喺線上嘅，一般嚟講，我哋而家已經因為疫情嘅原因咧，都已經好習慣線上嘅呢一種互動啦。
關注跟收看我們聚外 IQI 家的這個星期五的直播，我是主持人 Benjamin， 是聚外 IQI。
咁啊，我邀請嘅呢個朋友咧，佢喺加拿大咧一直都係好擅長係對於一種 cottage， 即係度假屋嘅一個嗰啲買賣啊，甚至係佢度假屋嘅好多嘅一啲知識，甚至係買嗰陣時嘅要點啊，需要注意咩問題。咁我哋同佢做完線上之後咧，佢咧就會佢覺得好好喎，咁跟住線上因為太過有時候大家就好似我而家咁樣會有少少覺得好枯燥啊，或者好太過死板咁。咁啊後尾我哋咧就會個方式就係話，佢就會邀請我哋去佢個屋企，咁我哋當時咧就開車開咗差唔多2個幾鐘啦，咁就專門係去到佢個屋企嗰度咧，喺度下就係實地咁樣咧去做一個睇咗一下。咁因為實地嘅最大嘅優勢就係除咗講呢個佢除咗喺線上咁樣分享之外咧，我哋直情咧就係去到佢嘅 cottage。
誰稍後我們會揭曉。那麼今天我們現在在進的這個地方呢，就進入到了這個已經到了我們要去的目的地了，是一家一戶的這樣的一個。
然後呢，
咁啊當然大家見到我哋另一個同事阿 Bob 啦。咁我哋咧就呢個其實就已經係直情去到咗頭先嗰個 Valentina 我哋嘅朋友嘅佢自己嘅屋企。咁佢嘅屋企咧就係喺一個大概係400乘以100嘅 acre 嘅一個度假屋嚟嘅。咁啊非常之大，亦都好有代表性。
你好高啊！
咁啊，所以大家見到佢就會喺現場咧，就會同我哋做好多嘅分享。咁啊，會比除咗喺線上嘅呢個知識嘅分享之外咧，如果我哋去到實地呢度嘅一齊嘅分享，大家會更加直觀啲。
規矩了一定的一個規則。有
家電就會引起一些問題，就是哪些家電是合法的，哪些家電是違。
咁啊，甚至咧，佢後尾都帶我哋上去佢個遊艇嗰度。
對，這個船呢，它是比較寬闊的，它有2個大管子，這2個管子呢就起到一個。
咁啊，佢帶我哋上個遊艇嗰度咧，一齊去參觀啦。咁啊，同埋去咗嗰個我哋呢邊一個，因為加拿大算係一個好出名嘅好多嗰個資源。咁佢亦都帶咗我哋一齊。
對，這樣的船呢。
咁啊。
人類呢，我們作為我們這個種哺乳動物呢，我們也是
所以咧就係其實喺成個過程當中咧，就會可以俾到我哋嘅觀眾咧，就會即係可能好多我哋會知道好多嘅朋友咧都會好專業。佢哋賣呢個銷售呢個無論係房地產啊，任何嘅一啲都好專業。但係如果觀眾同樣嘅一個物業嚟講，或者係一個同樣嘅物業但係唔同嘅經紀咧。好似如果係我哋呢種方式咧，佢會見到，因為佢係生活喺呢個，佢好中意呢一種，好熱愛呢一種生活方式，所以佢亦都住呢一種生活方式。所以如果有觀眾係對度假屋有興趣嘅話咧，睇到佢嘅介紹啊，就一定會更加信任佢，因為佢係10幾年，差唔多呢10年來都係一直都係呢一種度假屋嗰度住，咁佢就好了解度假屋嘅好多嘅問題啊，甚至係好多要注意嘅地方。咁對於好多開發商咧，亦都合作伙伴就係話，我哋點樣可以幫到我哋合作伙伴去推廣啦，甚至係向觀眾可以更加了解本地嘅一啲合作伙伴咧。咁我哋咧就會去到佢哋嘅，可以去到現場啦，幫我哋嘅合作伙伴去介紹佢嘅公司。咁啊，呢啲一般嚟講咧，譬如呢邊嘅開發商，都好少會俾即係開門俾大家，因為疫情嘅原因，好少會俾大家入去參觀嘅。咁啊，我哋咧就會 提前同佢做好晒所有嘅預約啦。咁啊，之後咧我哋就可以入去俾帶大家入去睇到啦。咁啊，睇下先，因為我哋其實拍咗好多嘅視頻嘅，咁我哋都喺度睇睇先。咁啊呢邊咧，我哋就會分享個另外嘅一個 screen。係啦，就喺呢度。咁咧，我哋就會見到先。咁就會係啦，就係呢一個。
Where the quality and services that we'll be able to provide, and both.
OK， 咁所以大家咧就會見到呢一個視頻咧，就係我哋當時咧就幫加拿大喺多倫多呢邊一個好大嘅開發商啦，叫做 Taib， 咁啊就去介紹。咁好處係咩咧？就係話，因為其實好多觀眾啦，都會喺全球嗰度會買好多嘅唔同嘅國家度咧買唔同嘅投資唔同嘅房地產、房產。咁但係可能佢未必係去過呢個國家。咁佢雖然買呢個樓盤，但係佢唔知道呢個開發商究竟係點樣個樣。咁所以我哋希望咧拍呢啲視頻，可以等更多嘅全球嘅觀眾咧了解到加拿大呢邊，特別係多倫多呢邊嘅開發商佢嘅情況啦，佢嘅辦公嘅環境啦，甚至係佢個80幾年嘅歷史，咁究竟佢有邊一啲嘅優勢啊，或者點解佢哋會有咁好嘅口碑咧？咁所以我哋咧就會喺當地呢邊咧就會聯繫唔同嘅開發商啦，去到佢哋嘅公司、佢哋嘅總部嗰度咧就去拍，咁啊等大家咧可以更加了解到呢邊開發商嘅一啲情況、佢嘅背景，咁從而咧如果佢對呢個開發商以後項目嚟講咧，又會更加有信心。咁所以譬如話好似今次咧，佢哋除咗我哋入去開發商度睇之外咧，咁啊佢哋嘅VP 會做一個介紹啦。咁啊，佢亦都會介紹到佢哋喺呢個喺佢哋總部嗰度已經有唔同嘅 showroom 啦。
Which is beautiful, right? Yeah. So obviously, 500 series to offer for like the city transaction, the penthouse.
咁啊，所以其實呢種方式咧，就可以更加直接咁樣可以幫到所有嘅觀眾啦，同埋幫到又係幫到我哋嘅合作伙伴，又幫到我哋 agent 更加咁提高咗佢哋嘅信任。咁啊，你睇到咁啊，因為呢啲機會咧就唔係話每一個個人嘅都可以有咁嘅平台啦，有咁嘅機會啦，同埋有咁嘅支持可以做得到嘅。咁啊，每一次嘅反響都好啦。咁啊，甚至咧，我哋有可以咧，同時亦都可以同我哋香港嘅而家咧就係同香港嘅同事咧係做到互動嘅。咁啊，大家可以見到咧，我哋因為喺香港啦，同埋喺呢個譬如上海啦、馬來西亞啦，都有我哋嘅同事。咁我哋時不時咧都會做一啲通過呢個平台咧，都會做一啲活動。咁啊，同香港嘅客人啦、觀眾啦、同全球嘅觀眾啦，做好多個活動。所以我覺得我哋而家公司我哋自己用緊嘅呢一個方式啦，特別係呢種 marketing 嘅方式啦。係好多公司佢哋一直想話做，但係可能一直有好多嘅問題或者做唔到。咁我 加入咗居我 IQI， 亦都同時用咗呢個平台嗰陣時候咧，我就發覺非常之幫到大家，而且可以提高到大家嘅好多嘅嗰種參與感，咁啊非常之好。咁啊，所以咧我希望咧今日我嘅呢種分享咧，可以幫到大家啦，亦都好歡迎大家聯繫我哋。再次好高興同埋好榮幸能夠參與今年 ADEPT 2021嘅呢個活動。希望下一年我哋再見。如果有興趣嘅朋友可以聯繫我哋。好多謝大家收睇同埋關注我哋嘅分享。拜拜。
Hi, thank you for joining us today. I'm Wong, the co-founder and Chief Product Officer of Oh My Home. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity to share more about Oh My Home with you, your one-stop shop property platform. With Oh My Home, you're able to find solutions to all your housing needs, be it buying your dream home, renting for landlords and tenants, to selling a property. Yes, we sell amazingly fast. And that is a fact. So if, let's say today, you have a property that you'd like to sell in Singapore, contact us and we actually sell 50% of our properties in 7 days. And the industry standard is about 132 days. And how we do it is obviously via technology. So when we understand the different elements of a property profile, the location, the size, the price, and then we match it to the buyers in our database. And that is how we enable this matching technology to sell. A lot of times we get the property on the same day and it's sold on the actual day before we even conduct any marketing. So that is one of the key selling points of working with Oh My Home or selling your property with Oh My Home. And in order to continue or to complete a real estate transaction, you need other home services such as mortgage, conveyancing, anything that's needed to complete a real estate transaction. You can get it with us at Oh My Home. And then renovation services is something that we just added this year. This is an in-house team that we have that provides like top-notch services. Even my own home is renovated with our in-house renovation services. And if you are planning to renovate your home, I suggest that you can actually contact us. Satisfaction guarantee. And, agent services. So in Singapore, we have in-house agents that works with Oh My Home. So they are full-time with us on a salary basis. And the reason behind this is because why we started Oh My Home is because we want to make sure that everyone gets good quality services. So you can list and search for properties on our mobile app. But if you need agent services, all our agents are professional. So when you think about lawyers, doctors, anything that's professional, it's always done with a full-timer. You don't like go to a part-time lawyer or part-time accountant. That's why when it comes to real estate, it is the most expensive or the most costly asset class. And for most families, 99.99% of families in Singapore, all over the world, buying a property is basically the most expensive purchase for the family. So how can it be done by a part-timer? So we believe in full-time professional services, and you get that with Oh My Home. So every single agent at Oh My Home is in the top 100 transacting agents in Singapore, and that we can guarantee. And why are they so efficient? Of course, is via technology. We have a very, what can I say, a very fine or well-oiled operations model enabled by our back-end servers and technology that enables an agent to do like about 30% of what a normal typical agent will do. We have our marketing team, our tech team, our operations team, and then our sales team to actually help close one deal. As I was saying, that when you're selling your property, it can be sold within the same day because of the technology that matches it. So when it gets to our agent, they are actually there to render the service and to inform our client that, hey, your property has been sold by Oh My Home. And we have a free property valuation. So basically, if you enter the postal code of your property, you're able to get the home valuation in seconds. And if you want the full report, you can always contact us. So basically, any customer who is selling a property with Oh My Home, you get a full free valuation report that is explained by our agent for you, completely free of charge until we sell your property. And of course, we are also featured on all the mainstream medias since our launch in 2016. So this year, 2021, we're 5 years old. And what we believe is that a house is not just 4 walls and a roof. And that is very important. It is a sanctuary, a place of comfort, and everyone deserves to find the best home for themselves or their loved ones. At Oh My Home, we are committed to putting our clients' best interests first because we know that at the heart of our business are families. So welcome to Oh My Home. So who are we? We're founded in 2016 by my sister Rhonda Wong, the CEO of Oh My Home, and myself, Grace Wong, the Chief Product Officer. So Oh My Home was started with one goal: to make housing transactions simple, efficient, and affordable. And this comes with a firm belief that everyone, really everyone, regardless of socioeconomic status, should have access to quality and reliable home transaction resources. We started as a self-service platform for users to list and search for homes. And actually it has evolved over the years into a one-stop shop property platform that provides end-to-end services for all. So in Singapore, regardless of whether you're staying in an HDB, a private property, condo, or bungalow GCB, you can come to us and we have all the services to serve you. So today, Oh My Home is an award-winning property technology startup company in Southeast Asia with presence in Singapore, Malaysia, and the Philippines. And our vision, our mission is very clear. It is to be the most trusted and comprehensive property solution for everyone. And these are values, everything starts at home. We believe that when there's a strong family with a very good roof over your head, that forms the basis of how families can feel safe and how it can, create better values and raise better kids. And we want to reduce inequality for a better world. We believe that in having equality, everyone should have equal access to a safe, trustworthy, and affordable real estate services. And we hope to help more people get their homes right. So, you can try us out, visit our website, ohmyhome.com, or download our mobile app to search and list your properties completely for free. So that is how we started our company. You should do everything for free, and we have all the guides for you. And if you need any services, do it a la carte with Oh My Home. And for our team, we believe in dreaming big and working hard, to achieve great things, which is what we believe the world can be. Compassionate people doing the right things with dedication, being rewarded someday. So we believe if we do things right, we'll get things right. So our customers, of course, is the reason we come to work each day, knowing that when it comes to properties, trust that we will always do our best for you. Though we have not met, like now this virtual webinar, we have not met you, but know that we are working hard to the day that we get to serve you. So the day that you decide to buy, sell, rent, or renovate your property, know that you can come to Oh My Home. And even when we designed our office for our team, our office is to empower individuals and their dreams. We pride ourselves in embracing perceptions of all ages, genders, nationalities, and sexual identities when we come together to develop new ideas. We are a very inclusive company. So our goal is for our team to feel safe, to be themselves, to create, make mistakes, dream, and to live. So this is our journey. You can visit us on our website to see the entire journey from 2016. And then by 2017, we're Singapore's #1 HDB app. Sellers sold their home in just 2 days on our platform. Before we started Oh My Home, actually there wasn't a platform for people to list their properties directly. You have to go to the listing platforms in order to get an agent to list your property. You can't actually list your property by yourself. So Oh My Home was a breakthrough when we first started. And then, in 2017, we started our office in Philippines, which is our tech team. And we have won different awards over the years. And then by 2018, we have served 1,000 transactions. We raised our Series A. And then in 2019, we have actually transacted 4,500 properties with a combined value of more than $1 billion Singapore dollars. And then in the same year, we launched in Malaysia. And then in 2020, we launched in Philippines. So now we're in Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines. And I'd like to take you to Philippines. So I was just talking about the business model in Singapore, which we have like in-house agents. But when we come to a big country like Philippines, it is quite difficult to have everything, just in-house. And what we're focused on in Philippines is actually to work with a lot of partner developers. So all the biggest names in Philippines are here, and we're still working on adding a lot more other developers onto our platform. So currently, we're proud to say that we have one of the biggest inventories of new launches on our platform. We are one of the most comprehensive platform with the most number of developers. So if you go to our properties, we can search via developers or via areas. And what's special about Philippines is that you don't even have to be an agent at Oh My Home to gain access to our inventories. So whether you are a customer, or you are an agent with any agencies, you can be a partner of Oh My Home. So currently at Oh My Home, we are working with our partner brokers in China, in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Dubai, and even in Canada. So we have partners in all these countries that are not agents of Oh My Home, but they are a partner of Oh My Home, and they have access to all of our properties, and they get to earn a commission when they sell our properties. So we have a huge coverage in Philippines, and anytime you're interested to work with us, or have any inquiries, just email us at hi@ohmyhome.com. You'll be able to reach me there as well, hi@ohmyhome.com. And of course, if you're in Philippines, actually, it's very easy to reach us at Oh My Home. So basically, we have like live chat here on our website. Basically ask all your questions and we'll answer them immediately. Or contact us here on Viber, live chat, Messenger. If you're in Singapore, simply switch to the Singapore site and then contact us there. So that's 15 minutes of presentation about Oh My Home. I hope that you enjoyed this overview of what we provide, and come to us and contact us if you have any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Namaste. This is Sagun Dhungana. I'm a teacher, a trainer, and currently working as a CEO to a company that I co-founded, Digital and Beyond. We serve in Nepal and Asia Pacific, mostly in sector of EdTech and digital transformation. As well, I would like to thank all of my friends in Adopt 2021 and all of you who are listening to me for providing this platform to express my ideas and share my views in regards to EdTech and digital transformation. I welcome you all today in this episode, or shall I say, in this session. Wow. All right. So now today we're going to talk about what is EdTech, what is digital transformation, and the very crucial component in EdTech that we need to consider before moving forward to 21st century learning. So what is an EdTech? It is a buzzword that has been existing since a long time, and now due to pandemic, it has gained quite a momentum. So EdTech, it's not a word or a product or a solution. It's a combination of technology and education. So to better understand EdTech, we need to understand that when we introduce technology inside classroom, that becomes EdTech, the education technology platform. Okay? Alright, so saying that, now EdTech is growing. As we can see, a lot of unicorns that are coming up from Asia Pacific or even in Middle East or from other continents as well. So EdTech, the business as a whole, is growing, and it's gaining quite popularity with enormous amount of contents and opportunity for learners. The main focus of EdTech is obviously education sector, but because of this pandemic, we have found that even the corporate sectors are looking into better solutions where they can groom their workers or reskill their workers or using EdTech. A lot of EdTech companies are coming up as such. So before going into EdTech a bit deeper, we need to understand why EdTech was necessary, why EdTech came into action, and so forth. So let's understand what is Industrial Revolution before we dig in deep with EdTech. So Industrial Revolution is a revolution that have been started since 1600th century, where we all started building things, and all of these emerging industries came in action. Since then, we have seen a lot of transformation in industries. Now, at the present day, it has evolved very fast. Now we call it Industry Revolution 4.0. So Industry Revolution 4.0 talks much more about using Internet of Things, IoTs, or shall I say the cyberspace, or using artificial intelligence, robots, or let's say replacing somewhat the jobs of humans with robots. Now, Industrial Revolution 4.0 has shown us a tremendous step forward, or say a revolution of how industry is demanding the human resources or the skills. So what is the future of skills? Right? So industry is evolving so fast. What about education? What about all the stakeholders, or even the education system that generates the manpower that can run industry 4.0, or maybe coming future industry 5.0? We never know. So to complement that, we need to understand that as a whole education system was established taking into account about the industries that are existing there, and we educate our kids or students to make sure those industries run in a proper manner. Now, saying that, industry has evolved, education somewhat, so to mitigate the need of human resource and skills, the concept of EdTech has emerged. So what EdTech does is it helps students to learn beyond education. And we could see that internet has a lot of contents and a lot of information, or shall I say, a whole disruptive information. Now we are talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0 and the education system that has been existing and we are practicing each day. How we are making sure that we are giving them the best vision to blend in with the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now let's talk about the EdTech. Those have a lot of contents. We know a lot of them, quite a few, all the unicorns that are helping students with contents, knowledge and stuff like that, and there are tons of it. Okay, that's considered. So there are a lot of contents. Then what about the school system? So all the school leaders, they are looking into something we called school management system, where they are incorporating disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to understand and imply the rules in the schools, or let's say take the test or the exams in a quite digital environment. So schools are being smart. They are trying to digitize themselves, and EdTech is emerging with enormous number of contents. On the same note, there are other two components that actually run schools or the education system. So those two components are parents, who need to know what's going on in their schools and how their kids are learning in this disruptive information model. And the other stakeholder is teacher. So today I'm putting my emphasis on this particular sector, teachers. As I've talked about the enormous number of content, and as we can see, it's in all these edtech unicorns, big companies with a lot of contents. So we know the companies are selling the contents, and we know students are getting the contents. But who is guiding student to get the right content? Or who is orienting the students to tell them what is the right path to learn within the internet or the digital world. And we have found out that those are teachers, or shall I say that's a fact. So teachers. Now, if we look into this evolution of EdTech and Industrial Revolution 4.0, what we as well feel is like we are missing this component of educators and teachers, and missing the way we groom people, because we know these are humans. We talk about Industrial Revolution 4.0, we talk about disruptive technologies, we talk about robots and stuff like that, but these are real humans inside a classroom trying to shape up the future of hundreds and thousands of students who are getting enormous number of information. So we think empowering the teachers with the right knowledge on the tools, or empowering teachers on the understanding of what is basic ICT, or what is the disruptive technology that exists, to make sure we prepare the right set of students for upcoming Industrial Revolution 5.0. Saying that, now how we are involving or how we are doing the things with the teachers as well matters. It's not about giving them contents, they are humans. Giving them lot of information, as we saw in this 2 years of pandemic, that teachers were the humans or the factor of a school who were in enormous pressure, because they had to learn, they had to deliver, they had to sit down with their students and take their queries and stuff like that. So let's think it like this way. Now, robots are taking a lot of jobs of future, but we are not producing robots. We are producing students who are solving the problems for future or making better robots. So to make that happen in education system, we need to make sure the teachers are equipped with or empowered with enough knowledge on how things are working, getting them into one-on-one coaching to make sure how they can help teach their context using technology, or helping them make sure they are giving the student right tool within this disruptive information segment, and make sure the education outcome as a whole is substantially important and meaningful for a student to solve the future problems. So saying that, I think we have set up a periphery where EdTech and Industrial Revolution and the future of education relies. Thank you so very much for listening to me, and thank you Adapt 2021 and the entire team for giving me this opportunity to share a few ideas on how we can make sure of better EdTech or education technology or better future for our kids and a school as a whole. Thank you.
Leong， 我是 IQI Dreammakers 的 Group Y President， 很开心今天有这个机会在线上和大家一起分享、一起学习。首先非常感谢 GY IQI 再一次举办这2021年 Adapt Conference 的一个教育分享平台。 来有机会结合全世界的朋友来一起学习、一起成长。那我今天非常激动，受邀成为这一次的 conference 的其中一位分享嘉宾。那么今天这个分享会我特别准备了一个 topic 分享给大家。那这 topic 就是房产中介新思维的。这个 topic 呢，我其实在准备的过程中，我反复思考了很久。那为什么？因为在这疫情笼罩之下，其实有很多的一些行业，不管是大企业也好，或者是中小型企业，都纷纷的在改变自己的营销模式，都从过去的线下搬到去线上。那么今天分享的这个 topic 房产中介新思维的这个概念呢，主要是要分享给全世界的朋友们，不管你今天开始做还是还没开始做都好，都以这一个分享的一个情况做一个例子，让你在接下来的房产发展的路上可以走得更远，走得更高，好不好？那我们开始进入我们的这个 topic 分享。那其实这房产新思维我主要带出的一些讯息，就是首先会让你看出过去房产的经营手法跟现在的房产经营手法。过去的房产经营手法一般上都是会透过一样也是网络，但是主要做广告为主，都会去拍 video 或者是开 live，或者是一些 unique selling point 来去吸引客户，来去让客户知道，我们现在的需求，市场的需求是什么，来让客户去购买下单。那第二样东西很主要做的就是配套，时常会做，你现在购买的话，这3天的时间购买的话，你可以得到什么优惠、什么好处？透过这2点，很多的这些中介都会开始打了这些广告以后呢，我们就会开始去做邀约来参与我们的这些活动。我们线下有些什么样的活动？我们邀请他来参加。那参加了以后，我们就开始想尽设法来去让他成交。那成交过程中，我们就可以开始去建立与客户之间的关系，还有建立自己的客户群。这个就是我们过去的一个营销模式。那现有的当红营销模式是什么？现在当红现象的营销模式就是我们应该相信大众都会看到的 TikTok 啊、YouTube 啊，当然 Facebook 不在话下，都是过去数十年都在有的。但是 Facebook 不断的在进化，不断的在成长。让这 Facebook 网络的广告平台是越做越大的，所以我们今天就要透过这个当红的营销手法来去让自己前进跟成长。那我在这个当红的营销手法里面，我梳理了5个重点来分享给大家听一听，然后给大家一起学习，一起经营，一起成长。OK， 那么首先第一样，现在我们在做线上营销模式。OK， 我们需要开始认定的一样东西就是我们网络定位，我们的客户群是谁？那我们也可以讲，全世界都是我们的客户群。那我们要从哪一群客户里面去找到你的精准客户？这个是你一开始在做网络营销的时候，你必须要去定位好。OK， 因为网络是做全世界的，那全世界有很多种人，那你应该要从哪里开始？所以网络定位你是必须要先设定好，你要站在什么位置去做推广。OK， 这是第一点，网络定位。第二就是我们要打出个人品牌。我们的个人品牌是什么？我们的个人品牌就是今天线上网络的这个 traffic 看到你的第一印象是什么？你是带出一个怎样的性格、怎样的人去给大众看 ？OK， 就像今天，大众人在看我 Larry 的品牌是什么？我 Larry 的品牌就是房产团队的一个 coach， 教导客户怎么去做团队，怎样可以把房地产事业做大。这个就是我们的工作，这个就是我们的品牌，给人家看的第一印象是什么？你是做什么业务的啊？这第一印象这非常重要，这个就是我们在线上要做的第二个重点。OK， 那第三个重点是什么呢？第三个重点就是我们的价值投资跟教育。OK， 当有人在浏览你的 Facebook、浏览你的 account 的时候，YouTube 也好，或者是 TikTok 也好，他在浏览的时候，你就要开始在你的影片里面，在你的广告里面提供价值讯息跟做教育。那这些价值讯息跟教育可以是哪一些呢？我大概做一些个案给你看一下。如果你是卖房子，你可以透过线上教育客户如何在买卖房子的过程中 我们要注意的一些法律事项。OK， 我们要怎样在行情好的时候把房子的价格推到最高，可以卖的最好价格？怎样可以在市场都在讲行情不好的时候，我们依然可以把房子卖到一个好价格？这些都是价值投资跟教育。我们要教育客户怎么去执行。收楼的过程，我们需要注意什么事项？租房子的过程中，我们需要注意什么事项？这些都是我们需要准备出来的。我们要做价值教育投资 ，OK， 我们要做价值分享、价值投资。所以这个是我们的第3点。那第4点是什么？第4点就是当你做网络，开始有做品牌，开始有做教育的时候，很多线上的人在浏览你的 page、浏览你的网络店的时候 ，OK， 你要在这个过程中要让他开始有一个客户体验。你要做的是客户体验。那这客户体验可以体验是什么？今天你在我们线上，我们所给的线上服务又是什么？我可以让你直接在线上可以感受到你跟我的距离是零的，你跟我之间的距离是零的。虽然我们是在线上，你可能在很远的地方国家，我在我的国家来跟你做分享的时候，怎样可以通过线上服务让客户体验的过程中来感受到我跟你的之间的距离是零的啊，这个是非常重要。这个就是在每一个 player， 在每一个 agent， 在每一个我们讲的业务员里面，我们需要去创造一个行为 ，OK， 一个行为一个动作来去跟客户之间来做一个最近的一个联系 ，OK， 这是做网络的第4个重点 ，OK。那第5是什么？第5就是你可以开始在过程中开始去设定你的产品，你的产品的独特优惠在哪里？你的产品的功能在哪里？你产品的需求在哪里？结合了你线上的服务，结合了你的价值投资，把这个产品的功能需求带出来。那带出来了以后，买了你的产品以后，成交了以后，什么样的一个线下服务是你又可以提供给客户？所以这一个就是我们讲线上的5大重点，我们是要掌握上来的。OK， 你可以好好的去思考。那么在这2个过去的营销方法跟现在的营销方法的这个工作分配比率，我们可以看到，从过去的营销模式，我们占用的比率是73%是在线下，我们通过1对1的方式来去跟客户之间交流，来去建立好客户之间的一个信任，来去建立客户的一个客户群。OK， 用了70%都在线下，很卖力的与客户之间来做这个交流，30%在线上做了一些文案啊、广告来去做推广。OK， 那这个是过去的。那现在未来的这个营销趋势，它是80%在线上。所以你刚才会听到我讲的网络定位啦、个人品牌、线上教育跟价值投资，再下来就是线上客户体验，这4样东西都是在线上做的。所以线上比例占80%，剩下的20%是你成交以后，我给客户的一个体验是怎样。他把好的口碑搬到去线上，让你可以组建更大的客户群、更大的客户群。这就是过去传统的营销模式跟现代的网络营销模式的区别。那在这里，网络科技的年代，要记住，网络科技的年代不再是一个人的独角戏，而是要有一群人，你才能走得更远。这一段话你一定要记住，因为它不再是你过去一个人做好这一块就能做得很好的业绩。如果今天你要大业绩，你要走得更远，你需要一群人。那么在这里，我也跟大家整理一下，如何透过网络科技运营的方式来去组建你的团队。OK， 在这里我也做一个小小的分享。OK， 首先你需要了解未来，设定目标。那了解未来、设定目标这一块呢，是每一个初创的企业家，就房地产，我们也叫房地产企业。你开始学会做买卖了以后，你要开始把你的生意做得更广、更宽、更大的时候，我们就需要开始组建自己的团队。那在组建自己的团队的时候，我们必须要了解未来，去读懂未来，读懂未来，设定目标。那这一个事情你必须要做，你一定要去做啊！你不能就很随意的 哎，来，我们几个伙伴招了几个人进来就，哎，我们一起来把它做大、做宽、做圆，怎么做？为什么要做？我们必须要知道。所以，如果今天你要成为一个优秀的企业家、优秀的领导者，你必须要在你做设定之前去读懂未来，去设定目标，这一块是很重要的。OK， 那第二点是什么？第二点就是招聘人员，清晰目标。你要开始去找人，不是什么人都可以跟你成为伙伴，但招进来的这一群伙伴里面，通过你的分析，通过你的教育，通过你的人品，把那个目标清晰化给他，让他来跟你一起走这一条路。第二个重点就是我们要去招聘人才，来跟你一起做，来去 filter， 来去看看是不是眼前的你是我最好的一个合作伙伴，每一个都是，但怎样在里面挑出一个最好的那一位。这个动作是你要去招聘了以后，要让你招聘进来的人去清晰你的目标。你要跟他很清楚知道，其实你要什么，我们的未来可以做多大，我们的未来可以做多广，我们要给他很清楚知道这一点，不然你再招多少的人进来，他不知道那个目标是什么，他不知道怎么做，他也不懂你要什么的时候，基本上这个合作是很短暂的。所以各位企业家要记住，线上的企业家的朋友们，你要记住这一点是我们必须要掌握的。OK， 来到第三点，我们开始有了读懂未来，我们开始了去设定了目标过后，我们开始去招聘人才，我们去train人才，给他目标，给他方向。以后我们第三步我们要做什么？我们第三步就要开始去设定文化，设定我们的这个价值观。这个设定文化、设定价值观的主要元素就是，当你在执行的时候，我们要有一个怎样的企业文化跟一个执行文化来去做事情。这个就是人性跟团队纪律一个差别。做事业不能用人性做事业一定要纪律。那人性是我在跟你交谈中，我需要跟你有的一个情感在里面，情感一定要有，企业也一定要有情感。但是在这个企业执行的时候，我们必须要很清晰的知道我们的人性跟我们的纪律是什么。所以第三点你一定要设定的就是企业文化跟你发展的这个价值观。OK， 这是很重要的。所以我们来到第四点，第四点是我们的这个企业模式里面，我们必须要去设定自动化系统。为什么要去设定自动化系统？还记得我刚才讲的吗？现在已经不是一个人的独角戏了，现在已经是一个团队，你才可以走得更远。所以你必须要设定一个自动化系统，因为这个自动化系统可以帮你去带人，可以帮你去管人，可以帮你去培训人，它可以帮你去操纵人。所以这个是一个自动化系统的好处，所以你必须要去建立。因为当你的团队人员大的时候，你是没有办法1:10、1:100，它一定要透过系统。OK， 因为我们人一天只有24小时。OK， 这样可以理解吗？所以我们来再看到最后一点。OK， 最后一点就是持续性执行跟持续性检讨。这个东西，当你掌握了以后，你要不断的去做，不能因为我做了一下子我就停下，做了一下子我觉得不行，我放下，我再用另外一个方式做。你要一直不断持续性的去做，去探讨，去把东西做得更强，做得更精。持续性的去探讨，我做的不好，我哪里做错了？我做的不好，我应该哪里提升？我现在做的好了，我们再看一下做好的同时哪里可以做得更好。这个就是当你在组建团队里面5大要素你要掌握上来的。OK， 那么我的今天的分享就到这里啦，谢谢大家。希望大家在刚才我分享的传统营销模式跟现代营销模式里面找到一个平衡点，让你可以用一个最简易的方式出发，就是我刚才说的网络的执行的5大重点。OK， 那么在团队执行里面，我们也做了5大重点那我可以做一个 summary 来给你看一下。那希望你们在这个 summary 里面可以得到一些重点。那祝福你们在房地产的事业路上可以得心应手，可以走得越高越远。那最后祝福大家身体健康，加油！
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa khabar tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua? How's everybody doing? Is everybody okay? Semua berada dalam keadaan baik, semua berada dalam keadaan bersyukur, semua dalam keadaan gembira dalam kehidupan yang satu ini. Baik, okey tuan-tuan dan puan, dengan bersama saya Erman Taib selaku salah seorang principal di IQI Realty Sdn Bhd. So dengan ini saya ingin kongsikan salah satu rahsia besar kejayaan seorang perunding hartanah. Okey, so kalau kita lihatkan tuan-tuan dan puan, perunding-perunding hartanah yang berjaya ni, malahan mereka bukan sahaja berjaya, malahan mereka berada dalam keadaan yang konsisten berjaya. Kita tengok dia orang ni kan macam dalam satu keadaan yang macam konsisten aja kan. Kalau kata setiap-tiap bulan kita ada buat award tu, tiap-tiap bulan dia naik pentas. Satu peringkat tu kita tengok dia berjaya capai satu pendapatan yang konsisten yang kita letakkan sebagai satu impian pendapatan yang kita ingin capai. So daripada kajian yang saya buat ni tuan-tuan puan, daripada hasil saya meneliti, daripada hasil saya duk berbual, duk bercakap dengan mereka yang berjaya ni, mereka mempunyai satu kriteria yang sama. Mereka ada satu persamaan. Itu yang persamaan itu yang menjadi hasil kajian saya, yang bagaimana saya akan letakkan dalam tajuk perkongsian video ini, apa rahsia besar kejayaan seorang perunding hartanah. So dengan itu tuan-tuan puan, jom kita tengokkan apakah hasil kajian itu. Okey. So daripada situ tuan-tuan puan, dekat ini saya menjadikan satu tajuk iaitu Real Estate Negotiator Biggest Secret Success Reveal. Kalau ikutkan dari segi kriteria kejayaan mereka ni ada beberapa. Kan ada beberapa kriteria lah, tapi mereka mempunyai satu persamaan yang sama. Satu kriteria yang sama. Kan kalau mereka yang berjaya ni kan. So saya nak bawakan tuan-tuan puan satu kriteria tersebut. Apa yang membuatkan mereka sangat-sangat berjaya malahan konsisten. Okey. So dengan itu tuan-tuan puan dengarkan apa rahsia mereka. So okey, sebelum itu tuan-tuan puan, sebelum saya bawa apa rahsia mereka, saya ingin bawa tuan-tuan puan kepada satu ubat ini. Okey, ubat ini nama dia apa? Namanya steroid. Okey, steroid ni kan dia salah satu jenis dadah lah. Steroid ni adalah daripada kajian, dia katakan apa? Kalau kita consume steroid, kalau makan steroid, dia mampu untuk meningkatkan metabolism kita daripada biasa. Kalau katakan kita tu sebagai orang yang mempunyai kesihatan dalam keadaan stamina yang biasa, kalau tuan-tuan puan consume steroid, makan steroid, dia mampu untuk melakukan dan menjadikan kita beberapa sudut yang luar biasa. Okey, yang pertama apa dia? Kalau tuan-tuan puan, kalau kita ambil steroid, yang pertama sekali, kita kalau kena pukul, kita jadi sangat kuat. Kalau kena pukul dengan 3-4 orang pun kita relax je. Kita siap tanya, ni je ke? Tak ada lagi ke? Tak nak pukul lagi ke? Macam tu. So satu kelebihan steroid ialah apa dia? Dia menjadikan kita sangat kuat. Satu. Yang kedua tuan-tuan puan, kelebihan steroid ialah dia boleh membuatkan kita bekerja kuat. Menjadikan yang kalau malam kita tidur lambat pukul 2, pukul 3 pagi pun relax je buat kerja kan. Kalau kita sebagai perunding hartanah tu pukul 2, pukul 3 tu relax je duk naik upload listing lagi lah. Kalau kita dalam keadaan malam ada meeting, seharian dah ada meeting dah, seharian tu tak pelik lah kan. Kita pergi viewing, kita pergi meeting, kita jumpa klien, jumpa lawyer, jumpa banker, bawa customer, bawa klien pergi tengok projek, waktu tengah hari tu relax lagi. Tapi malam pun kita masih lagi bersungguh-sungguh yang tinggi. Ini kata kalau kita lihatkan daripada sudut steroid. Alright, steroid ni menjadikan kita boleh bekerja dengan kuat. Yang kedua. Yang ketiga apa dia? Iaitu dengan steroid juga dia boleh membuatkan kita sentiasa tersenyum. Sentiasa gembira aja kan. Orang tengok engkau ni apa masalahnya? Apa masalah awak ni, senyum aja, gembira aja. Orang marah pun senyum, orang beletih pun senyum, orang maki pun senyum. Kan sentiasa dalam keadaan yang happy dan ceria. Okey, yang ketiga kekuatan steroid. Dan yang keempat tuan-tuan puan, dia membuatkan kita boleh jadi berani. Dengan konsum steroid kita boleh jadi berani. Berani yang macam mana? Berani yang dalam keadaan yang kita boleh face on, kita boleh hadapi apa sahaja ketakutan yang kita ada. Kan maksudnya dalam keadaan ni kalau tengok pada contoh gambar ni lah tuan-tuan puan, iaitu dalam gambar ni kita lihat ibaratkan berada dalam keadaan yang duduk jumpa rimau pun tak ada masalah. Kan? So dalam keadaan itu dia menjadikan kita berani. So kita lihatkan kalau consume steroid kita dapat empat perkara yang luar biasa boleh berlaku dalam hidup kita. Perkara yang kalau kita lihatkan dalam normal kehidupan kita, kita takkan buat. Kan kalau katalah nak face ketakutan kita, kita tak berani. Kalau kata nak kerja kuat dalam keadaan biasa-biasa, kita tak boleh nak kerja kuat. Kan kalau dalam keadaan kita nak kena dalam keadaan kalau kita lihatkan tadi sentiasa ceria. Kalau kita sebagai manusia biasa tu kena marah sikit kadang-kadang 2-3 hari, kita rasa down kan. Ada satu peringkat tu sampai peringkat kita kena pergi bercuti untuk tenangkan balik fikiran kita. Yelah tuan-tuan puan, tak dapat dinafikan. Sebagai seorang perunding hartanah, kita melalui pelbagai cabaran, rintangan dalam nak menjadikan satu-satu, nak menzahirkan, dalam nak melahirkan satu-satu kejayaan itu. Baik, kejap lagi saya kaitkan. Baik, okey. So dalam keadaan ini, satu kajian telah dilakukan tau. Apakah ubat yang lebih power daripada steroid? Kalau kata kemampuan steroid itu tadi sehinggakan kita mampu untuk membuat 4 perkara yang luar biasa daripada kita yang berada dalam keadaan biasa. Kita mampu kerja kuat, kita buat benda pun dalam keadaan tersenyum, kita buat benda pun dalam keadaan tak takut-takut, orang kata kena jumpa orang tu ke, orang ni ke, kita kena duduk, kita kena jumpa dengan klien yang big gun, kita panggil kan, sebagai seorang yang mungkin dia tu Datuk, Datin, Seri Paduka, super kaya, kita jadi tak takut. Apa dia tuan-tuan puan? Inilah rahsia besar yang ada pada ramai perunding hartanah yang berjaya. Ini adalah hasil kajian, dia tidak ada kena-mengena. Kajian saya ini, sifat yang ada ini tak ada kena-mengena dengan kaum, tidak ada kena-mengena dengan bangsa, agama, color kulit, tidak. Mereka ini mempunyai satu persamaan yang sama. Apa dia tuan-tuan puan? Iaitu mereka menjadi seorang perunding hartanah dan mereka lakukannya dengan penuh kasih sayang. Mereka lakukan dengan penuh kesukaan. Maksudnya apa? Soalan besar di sini yang saya ingin tanyakan kepada tuan-tuan perempuan yang sudi menonton video saya ini. Soalan besar kena tanya pada diri kita ialah sebenar-benarnya lah, tuan-tuan perempuan sebenar-benarnya suka ke tidak menjadi seorang perunding hartanah? Menjadi perunding hartanah kemungkinan semua orang suka. Maksudnya apa? Excited kan? Sebelum ni kita tak pernah kenal perunding hartanah. Namun bila kita diizinkan berpeluang untuk jadi perunding hartanah, semua orang suka nak jadi perunding hartanah. Namun persoalan besarnya, apa yang seorang perunding hartanah perlu lakukan? Persoalan besarnya adalah kena tanya pada diri kita, kita sebenar-benarnya suka ke tidak dengan apa yang patut kita buat. Bila kita buat benda itu secara kita suka, maksudnya apa? Kena naik listing, kita suka buat, kita buat naik listing tu dengan penuh kesungguhan, kita buat iklan tu dalam keadaan yang penuh ceria. Tu kata tu. Bila kita buat dengan penuh suka tuan-tuan puan, kekuatan dia, satu kajian telah dilakukan. Apakah ubat, apakah perasaan yang lagi kuat daripada steroid? Kalau steroid tadi kita lihatkan kemampuannya, mampu membuatkan kita tak tidur malam, relax aja. Malam pukul 2, pukul 3 baru tidur. Pagi besok pukul 6 masih lagi fresh bangun. Orang tengok kata, semalam tidak kita meeting sampai pukul 3 Pagi ni relax je tengok kau kan. Alhamdulillah, aku seronok, aku suka dengan apa yang aku buat. Faham tak kan? So bila kita buat dalam keadaan suka, kekuatannya boleh jadi 10 kali ganda daripada kekuatan steroid. Maksudnya kita tak perlu steroid tuan-tuan puan untuk kuat dan kita nak suka dengan apa kita buat. Iaitu kita hanya perlu suka. Kita sendiri suka dan sayang. Kalau kita kata dalam bahasa Inggeris ni kita katakan sebagai you love with whatever you're doing. Kan? Maksud dalam bahasa Melayu ni sukalah kan, sayang, cinta. Kita suka sangat jadi perunding hartanah. Kita suka bantu orang, nak pergi tengok rumah yang baik untuk dunia akhirat dia. Kita suka berjumpa dengan klien. Tak apalah pergi viewing unit yang ni dia tak suka. Tak apa tuan. Kalau unit ni tuan rasa tak kena dengan kriteria tuan rasakan macam tak sesuai yang boleh membuatkan keluarga tuan bahagia, tak apa tuan. Tuan bagi masa sikit dekat saya cuba carikan unit yang sesuai. Faham tak kan? Ini cara respon orang yang suka. Kalau orang tak suka, alamak tuan, sikit-sikit tak nak, sikit-sikit tak nak. Dah bila tuan naknya? Ini maksudnya apa? Dia rasa rimas, dia rasa serabut dengan aktiviti sebagai seorang rent. Dia macam ni lah tuan-tuan puan. Dia kalau dalam keadaan contoh tuan-tuan puan dah naik iklan, tengok-tengok ada nombor yang tak kenal naik kan. Tiba-tiba satu nombor tak kenal naik, alamak tuan-tuan pun jawab, ya saya, ya Erman ke tu? Ya saya. Ada apa ya? Nak tanyalah rumah yang dekat Ampang Jaya ni macam mana? Alamak tuan cari dengan orang lain lah. Saya weekend ni sibuk lah. Maksudnya apa? Dia rasa rimas, dia rasa serabut nak bawa orang pergi viewing. Dia rasa macam malas nak jumpa orang lah, nak kena borak, nak kena ajak minum, nak kena bercerita, nak kena tanya, dia punya kriteria, dia punya kapasiti kewangan. So kalau anda rasakan ini adalah satu aktiviti yang tuan-tuan tidak selesa, Tuan-tuan puan rasakan macam satu benda yang menjadi bebanan pula nak kena buat dalam nak menghasilkan, kita katakan sebagai komisen kejayaan tu kan. So dekat situ kita letakkan apa sahaja teknik strategi tuan-tuan puan belajar nak berjaya dalam bidang ni sudah tentu sukar untuk dilakukan dengan baik. Kerana asasnya, fundamentalnya, dia punya foundationnya, tuan-tuan puan lakukan dalam keadaan yang terpaksa. Yelah, dia jadi macam nak tak nak kena buat, tak buat nanti tak datang komisen. Okeylah, paksalah dibuat. So dekat sini bukanlah kata tuan-tuan puan tak boleh berjaya, boleh berjaya, tapi dia punya kerohanian tu, dia punya soul di sebalik kejayaan tu agak dalam keadaan yang tidak selesa. Pasal apa kita lakukan dalam keadaan terpaksa? Kita paksa diri kita. Lain, kita pun sendiri pun dalam life kita ni kan, tuan-tuan puan kan, bila kita buat benda secara terpaksa kan, itu yang jadi buat benda tu sekadar untuk memenuhi objektif saja, sekadar buat. Orang lain buat, kita pun buat. Tapi secara kerohanian, secara jiwanya tak ada dalam apa yang kita lakukan itu. Kalau kita suka tuan-tuan puan, alamak, katalah tuan-tuan puan deep inside kan, secara dalaman tuan-tuan puan rasakan, seronok lah jadi rent ni, tengok seronok orang dapat rumah kan, anak-anak dia dapat duduk dengan selesa, kita bantu dia dapatkan pembiayaan. Contohnya dalam keadaan sebelum ni dia ingat macam dia tak mampu beli rumah, tapi dalam keadaan kita ajar dia, kita nasihat dia, betulkan kewangan dia sikit, tengok-tengok kerana kita hadir dalam hidup mereka tu, mereka boleh dapatkan rumah idaman yang mereka nak. Tengok-tengok dia dapat hidup bahagia. Mak bapak dia datang daripada kampung, dapat duduk, datang rumah dia dengan selesa, anak-anak boleh membesar dengan baik. So kalau tuan-tuan puan letakkan itu sebagai jiwa keseronokan dan kepuasan kepada kita sebagai perunihan tanah, insya-Allah you'll be okay. Insya-Allah macam mana kita lihat mereka-mereka yang berjaya ni, orang-orang lama yang berjaya ni, mereka mempunyai kriteria yang sama. Kalau tengok pada cara mereka, pergi meeting, hari ni meeting sampai 8, viewing sampai 7. Kita tengok kan, kita pun pada mata kita, tak penat ke? Kau tak rasa bosan ke? Ramai-ramai nak kena jumpa. Tak adalah, itu benda yang aku suka buat, jumpa orang, so aku boleh bantu, nasihat dia, kurang-kurang kalau dia tak boleh beli rumah sekarang pun, dalam 3-4 bulan dia betulkan kewangan, dia boleh beli rumah. Faham tak? So dekat situ yang menjadikan yang, alhamdulillah lah kita jadi seorang individu yang sangat-sangat bermanfaat dalam kehidupan orang lain. So kalau tuan-tuan puan mempunyai passion yang begitu sebagai perunihan tanah, insya-Allah satu hari nanti tuan-tuan puan akan berjaya, dan malahan bukan sahaja berjaya, consistently berjaya. Kekerapan berjaya itu tinggi. Kerana apa? Kita lakukan itu dengan penuh kesukaan. Jiwa kasih sayang yang penuh tinggi. Yang tinggilah kan. So itulah dia kajian yang saya lakukan kepada individu-individu yang berjaya ni. Kalau jumpa diorang ni, berborak dengan diorang ni jumpa orang yang tak kenal ke, yang kenal ke, dia punya tonasi, dia punya harmoni tu sama je. Seronok je. Wajah dia tu penuh ceria je borak. Tidak rasa kebosanan, tidak rasa keterpaksaan melakukan. Alright, kasih sayang ni tuan-tuan puan, dia mampu membuatkan seorang individu tu buat satu benda yang luar biasa seorang manusia biasa boleh lakukan. Ini satu cerita tuan-tuan puan yang berlaku dekat Afrika lah. Kita lihat bagaimana kekuatan seorang ibu setiap hari boleh berjalan sejauh 3 km semata-mata nak dapatkan air untuk anak-anak dia minum. Untuk anak-anak dia terus hidup. Seorang ibu. So kat situlah kita lihat kekuatan ni datang daripada mana? Adakah dia makan steroid? Adakah dia makan morfin? Ataupun alat-alat ubat-ubatan yang membantu untuk kuat? Jawapannya tidak. Dia datang daripada dalaman, iaitu dia sayang, dia suka dengan apa yang dia lakukan. Alright, dan terakhir sekali tuan-tuan puan, kita lihat salah satu pesanan daripada mendiang Steve Jobs, one of the legend dunia yang berjaya kan, menjadi satu signature dalam dunia. Hasilan dia, apa yang dia buat tu sehingga dunia mendapat kebaikan. Iaitu the only way to do great work, great things, to achieve great thing is to love whatever you do. So akhir kata tuan-tuan puan, harapan saya Erman Taib selaku salah seorang speaker yang dijemput berbesar hati dan mendoakan tuan-tuan puan semua berada dalam keadaan melakukan kerjaya kita sebagai seorang perunihan tanah dengan penuh kesukaan, kesayangan, dengan penuh kasih sayang untuk membantu orang lain untuk mencapai apa-apa objektif yang orang ingin capai daripada skill kita itu. So daripada situ, insya-Allah along the way adalah hasil-hasil yang Allah Taala sediakan untuk kita. Alright. So dengan itu tuan-tuan dan puan, terima kasih banyak kerana sudi untuk menonton video saya ini. Diharap dengan perkongsian saya yang kecil, sedikit rahsia bagaimana perunding hartanah boleh berjaya sebagai seorang perunding hartanah, hasil kajian saya lakukan oleh mereka-mereka yang telah pun berjaya. Dan insya-Allah saya doakan, harapan saya juga kepada tuan-tuan dan puan yang menonton ini satu hari nanti juga boleh mencapai kejayaan yang sama. Okey. So dengan itu tuan-tuan dan puan, terima kasih banyak semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So everybody take care. InsyaAllah jumpa nanti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Hello everyone, welcome to Adapt Convention. My name is Shawnee, I'm the VP of IQI. Today the topic is about inflation and cryptocurrency. Now, is there any similarity or correlation between our two? Actually there are. And what are these? Let me just share with you, okay? One of the things you can see the similarity is actually the central bank of the world have been printing too much money. And therefore, people are losing confidence. Are people actually expecting the value of the currency to come down? Therefore, people are looking for something called decentralization. Now, one quick question. Do you know that after subprime crisis back in 2008, how much money has actually been printed in US? The answer is $1 trillion US. Now, this looks like a gigantic figure back then. But as we know, we actually has been going through COVID-19 for the past 18 to 20 months. In order to fight against COVID-19 and bring economy back to recovery stage, again, US, among other countries, have been printing money again. How much have we printed in fighting COVID-19 in the year of 2020 and 2021? The answer is 8.5 trillion US dollar. That's why I'm saying the figures for the past 2 years printed has made 2008 post-subprime look small. Now, when you talk about cryptocurrency, the first currency that came to our mind is none other than Bitcoin. Now, let me share with you a bit of fundamental knowledge or information about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is actually a decentralized digital currency created back in 2009. Okay, after people losing faith in the central bank and after the huge printing of the currency done, and is created by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto. The funny part of it is, even until today, the true identity of this person is yet to be confirmed. Nobody has seen him, nobody has really know who he is at this moment. Okay, now there are 3 things you need to know about Bitcoin in summary. Okay, because today is just a 15 minutes brief session. But if there's something that trigger your interest or you want to find out more, you can always go and Google it out, no, for the specific understanding. Now, the first thing about Bitcoin is this is the first peer-to-peer digital currency mechanism without an involvement of a third party, and the main intention is to lower the transaction fees for online payment. Remember this thing. It's meant to be transparent access to the whole transaction by everyone who's involved in it. Now, second, the original intention of Bitcoin, to your surprise, is actually for the store of value. I know because of the volatility you are experiencing in cryptocurrency, particularly in Bitcoin, you may not link to the store of value because you don't expect a currency that you hold goes up and down by minutes. But you can't deny the original intention of the Bitcoin is a store of value. Now, the third thing you have to understand why people would opt for Bitcoin, no, in the midst of decentralization. The main reason is the supply of Bitcoin is limited to 21 million. Okay, unlike central bank who can print almost print monthly, without limitation. And for Bitcoin, the limitation is 21 million Bitcoins. And you know what? Up to today, 98% of the Bitcoin has already been mined. Okay, now let's come back to the question is, as a layman term, okay, if you want to get a Bitcoin, how can you do it? How can you actually do, what can you do to get a Bitcoin? Number one is very easy. Through whatever trading platform that's available to you, okay, you can actually buy it in the open market. That's very simple. The second thing is actually you can buy a supercomputer and be a Bitcoin miner yourself. All right. So to facilitate the transaction in Bitcoins, in blockchain, and to get paid in Bitcoin, this is what we call crypto mining. Okay. Now, when we talk about crypto mining, we must understand a word called hash rate. Hash rate is a measure of the computation power per second used when mining. More simply, it's the speed of mining. Okay, but do understand this. Okay, even though you're Bitcoin miners, the reward for you are reduced by half every 4 years. Now, if you work for actual work, you are expecting a pay raise every couple of years. But the number of Bitcoins given to you, okay, when you complete your task, is actually expected to reduce about every 4 years and reduce by half. Now, let me give you one example, okay? Back in 2009, for every block of transaction they are completed in blockchain, you'll be rewarded 50 Bitcoins. That's back in 2009. Then subsequently in year 2012, for the same amount of work they have completed, you will only be rewarded 25. And that reduced to 12.5 in year 2016. Now, this may not sound like a good deal because you are getting less for what you have done. But the actual fact you are looking is the value of the Bitcoin actually goes up due to wider adoption and as well as the limited supply of the Bitcoin. Okay. Now, there are some important milestones for Bitcoins, I think, just happened this year that I think we should pay attention to. Number one, on the 7th of September, Bitcoin became the first legal tender in the world, okay, since the adoption of El Salvador. Number two, the first Bitcoin exchange trader fund, in short we call ETF, in the US, begins trading on October 19, 2021 under the ProShare Bitcoin Strategy ETF. Now the ticker of it is called BITO, B-I-T-O. Of course, other than Bitcoins, there are other cryptocurrency outside Bitcoins that we are generally refer as alternate coins or ALT coins. Of course, the first and also the second largest market cap will be Ethereum. When we talk about Ethereum, you cannot ignore the word called NFT. This is what stands for non-fungible token. It is important to note that NFTs are priced in Ethereum so that the user will have to purchase the Ethereum before they can buy an NFT. Okay, the idea is to buy Ethereum from NFT before selling NFT for more Ethereums and profit. Okay, you're entering a world whereby Ethereum is the only currency in the NFT. But of course, for Ethereum, it also has another name to it. The first one is known as the financial internet and also the digital oil. The beauty part of Ethereum is that they allow other currency to build projects on top of it. Similar coins includes ADA. Next, when it comes to other cryptocurrency, you may have heard of USDT or USDC. This is what we call the stable coin because their value always pegged at the ratio of 1:1 to US dollar. Number 3, XRP. XRP generally refers to the banker's coin that would allow people to do a global settlement beyond any country's borders. Okay. 4th, it became famous because of the Elon Musk, highly recognized, they talk about. There's none other than the Doge and Shiba Inu. This is what we call the meme coin, a coin basically with a theme. Okay. Last but not least, we are talking about polka dot coin. This is basically a multi-chain coin that allows different blockchain to talk to each other. Okay, so in a summary, recently Facebook has changed its name to Meta and create a wave around the world. We don't know how far and how fast it will go from where we are today, but we know for sure the gap between the virtual and the real world is getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps very soon there isn't any gap anymore. It's very hard to differentiate between the real world and the virtual world. Okay, and because of that, the world is expected to adopt cryptocurrency. What kind of cryptocurrency will any person to adopt? It depends on the unique purpose, and the world will be expecting to adopt this coin at an unprecedented speed. Okay, and that's all the session for today. Thank you very much for your time.
Knock knock, it's me again, coming back to you with another question for you to win the grand prize. If you want to win, scan the QR code and answer this question. How many speakers are there in ADEPT 2021? Good luck!
Seemed like the real thing going to find.
has been a successful day one. I hope you have enjoyed today's session as much as I did. Now, with that, let's end today's session and continue again tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Goodbye.